Hola, muy buenos días y bienvenidos a este gran evento PMU Look Congress dentro de nuestro gran Salón Look, una feria que ha estado vigente por más de 25 años en España y ahora esta es nuestra segunda edición acá en Chile, edición 2021. Estamos muy contentos y les queremos dar una cordial bienvenida a todos ustedes, a nuestros invitados que nos están viendo vía streaming, a nuestros invitados que están acá presentes. Lamentablemente no pudimos tener un público mayor acá adentro por los temas del aforo y la pandemia que nos atañe hoy en día. Tenemos más de 12 másters a nivel internacional, las mejores 12 másters a nivel internacional, las cuales representan la marca Swiss Color International. Colaborado también por Paola Gateño, una gran máster a nivel mundial y una tremenda máster acá en Chile. Queremos agradecerles a ustedes por estar acá, a todas las máster que han estado acá compartiendo sus conocimientos, también a nuestro público, la gente que nos ve a través de streaming, a la organización de este tremendo congreso. Iremos primero con Ingrid y Helga. Bienvenidos a todos y espero que disfruten de este gran evento. Bueno, como les mencionaba anteriormente, nuestra primera conferencia va a ser presentada por Ingrid Bresenger de Suiza y Helga Landgrader de Austria, las cuales nos contarán sobre su técnica EHA Complaint and Reach Conforming. Ingrid Breser fue fundadora de Swiss Color y Helga Landgrader, directora ejecutiva de Swiss Color Cosmetics. Presentará una descripción general de la nueva legislación REACH que lanzará a toda la Unión Europea el 4 de enero del 2022. Ingrid Bresenger es la fundadora y directora ejecutiva de Swiss Color International en Suiza. Comenzó su carrera de maquillaje permanente en 1989 y en 1992 ya mezclaba pigmentos para satisfacer las necesidades de todas sus clientas y clientes. Debido a su investigación y desarrollos continuos para los pigmentos de maquillaje permanente perfectos, fundó la marca Swiss Color en Suiza en el año 2003. En 2005, Helga Landgrader se unió a la empresa como CEO en las redes de Swiss Color, en Angenberg, Austria. En poco tiempo, la marca Swiss Color se expandió en el mercado europeo a nivel internacional. Y en 2010 se desarrollaron y produjeron los primeros pigmentos libres de óxido de hierro. Con pasión y dedicación, perfundiendo todo lo que hacen, Swiss Color se esfuerza continuamente en desarrollar los productos más prestigiosos y de más alta calidad en la industria de belleza para ofrecer.
Hello and welcome to the Salon Look Madrid Santiago Congress 2021. I'm honored to give you some insights into the new European legislations. And before I start, let me introduce you to the world of Swiss Color.
Quality, precision and nature at its best is what Switzerland is known for across the globe. At Swiss Color, we cherish these traits and apply them not only in our work ethic, but also within the development and production of our products. The idea of timelessness is what drives us to provide you the best possible results. Everybody likes a drop of color. That's why our pigments offer a vast color variety. Everybody is unique, and so are our colors. No matter the skin tone, we will have something to suit your expectations. We are consistently refining our research and production to advance the quality of our products. Through your feedback, we continuously adapt our assortment to specifically suit your needs. We are proud to have an open dialogue with our clients. This helps us to deliver the highest possible customer satisfaction. Our commitment is to guarantee to thoroughly develop the possibilities for permanent makeup. The same precision that we use to evaluate our line of production is also apparent in our products. It's due to our passion and dedication that we continue to develop a beauty that lasts.
My name is Helga Landgrader and I'm the CEO of Swiss Color Cosmetics in Austria. I will start the presentation with the main facts about the new European REACH legislations. And in the second part of the presentation, Ingrid Bregenzer, the company founder and CEO of Swiss Color International in Switzerland, will give you an overview on how we can help you to work with these new rules. So now let's start. From January the 4th, 2022, the new REACH regulations from ECHA will enter into force. So what does this actually mean? Let's start with REACH and ECHA. REACH is a chemicals regulation that came into force in the European Union on the 1st of June 2007. REACH is made up of the following individual terms: registration, evaluation, authorization of chemicals. ECHA stands for European Chemicals Agency, and the European Chemicals Agency is responsible for the management of all chemicals data under the REACH regulation and the authorization of substances of very high concern. In addition, it must ensure consistency at community level. This means that certain ingredients are no longer permitted in the cosmetic products and permanent makeup pigments. All pigment colors, regardless of manufacturer, country of manufacture, or distributor, may no longer be used if the label on the product is not REACH compliant and the ingredients do not comply with the REACH regulation. The same rule has been enforced throughout the cosmetics market. The key contents of the document are that mixtures containing certain substances in specified concentrations must not be placed on the market and not be used for permanent makeup and tattooing purposes after the 4th January 2022. These are carcinogenic, mutagenic, or toxic of reproduction substances according to Annex 6, Part 3 of the CLP regulation. Skin sensitizing, skin corrosive, skin irritant, severe eye damage or eye irritant substances, and substances listed with the relevant conditions in Annex 2 or 4 of the regulation, and substances listed in Appendix 13 of Annex 17 of the REACH regulation. So, whether you are in the permanent makeup or other aesthetics business, the products you purchase, distribute, or use must comply with this. So please ensure that you check with all your suppliers to verify that they have changed any disallowed ingredients in time. Every European country has precise detailed information about the REACH and ECHA legislation. For Spain, the information can be found in the link above. So remember to always read the labels of your products and to communicate with your suppliers on a regular basis. By now, all European suppliers must have found a way to provide you with safe and ECHA-compliant products. I'm passing over now to Ingrid, who will give you an overview of how Swiss Color has made the transformation to be 100% ECHA-compliant and REACH conforming. So, thank you very much for listening. Goodbye.
Helga y Ingrid por su participación en nuestro congreso. Les agradecemos profundamente haber estado acá de parte de todo el congreso PMU Look Congress. Ahora venimos con nuestra segunda conferencista, que es Paola Gateño. Paola Gateño Caracholi es fundadora y directora del estudio Paola Gateño Studio en Santiago y Barcelona, clínica y academia PMU. Paola ha capacitado a miles de estudiantes PMU, cosméticos y médicos a lo largo de toda su carrera en Chile y en el exterior. Es fundadora y directora de la Fundación FEMPO en España para Europa y en Chile para América, que se dedica al cáncer de mama, a la reconstrucción de la areola mamaria. Miembro de la Asociación Mundial de Mujeres Profesionales, miembro de la ESTP, European Society of Tattoo and Pigment Research, Es la precursora de estudios clínicos e investigaciones sobre los efectos positivos de la UMP oncológica en pacientes mastectomizados. Autor de 2 capítulos de un libro de tatuajes cosméticos y médicos. Exponente PMU, médica en pigmentación de areola en congresos médicos, hospitales, clínicas, congresos. Tiene una formación personal, ha formado personalmente a médicos cirujanos, incluidos cirujanos plásticos, oncólogos, es una Master Instructor en PMU y Microblading, una ponente mundial, se ganó el premio de Mujer Impacta el 2019, es una de las mujeres más influyentes, instructora principal mundial, máster en PMU, máster en reconstrucción PMU, estética oncológica paramédica. Paola, acá presente, nos hará una ponencia en vivo y en directo. Un grande aplauso para ella.
Hola, buenos días a todo el público que está presente acá, bienvenidos también a todo nuestro público que nos está viendo por señal streaming y por supuesto un caluroso y afectuoso saludo a todas las máster que están presentes vía streaming. Ya Josefina, como lo mencionó, a raíz de la pandemia, lamentablemente por aforo no se pudo hacer 100% presencial, pero aún así el Congreso sigue adelante. Bueno, hoy día mi presentación es 3D Awareness Areola. En español significa areola con conciencia, ¿sí? Finalmente lo que yo les voy a conversar el día de hoy es con respecto a cómo generar conciencia cuando uno trabaja con pacientes que han padecido un cáncer en micropigmentación. Tal como Josefina ya me ha presentado, mi nombre es Paola Gateño, fundadora y presidente de Fundación FEMPO y máster en PMU a nivel mundial. Soy máster de Swiss Color Trainer también, he entrenado a más de miles y miles de, no solamente alumnas, sino que también staff médicos, cirujanos, oncólogos. Soy miembro de la ECTP, European Society of Tattoo and Pigment Research, Master Instructor, Worldwide Speaker, precursor de estudios clínicos, tal como lo ha mencionado Josefina. Y sobre todo me he destacado por la parte de la micropigmentación paramédica y oncológica, que es lo que más amo y es la pasión en mi vida también. Con respecto a la areola postmastectomía, he intentado dar el mejor servicio, entendiendo que las pacientes no solamente llegan a nosotros como artistas del maquillaje permanente, llegan a nosotros buscando una solución no solamente física o lo que significa en sí la areola, sino que también llegan buscando una esperanza. Y por lo tanto me he introducido bastante en una
really
ciencia
been delving into a pretty humanist science, a pretty human-related sciences, which about the bio-neuroemotional diseases. Finally, in this concept, we can understand
el porqué de las pacientes, cómo viene esa paciente y cómo afecta a su entorno y desde dónde aparece esta enfermedad en su vida. Y tal como les decía, que la bioneuroemoción es un método de consulta humanista que estudia el impacto de las emociones en nuestro cuerpo y el funcionamiento de nuestro inconsciente, dando un tratamiento global de la enfermedad. Se puede cambiar el curso de la vida mediante...
The course of life can change just by changing beliefs. It's thereby necessary to once again introduce the spirit of life education if you want to improve physical and mental health. Understanding this and also understanding why a patient is coming in a really sensitive state, not only health-wise and also physical-wise, so we can provide her a better care. And this is one of the most sublime acts of a patient when they come to us and they, for the first time, open up to be addressed by us, to be cared for by us. We're always at the end stage of the reconstruction, understanding that reconstruction is a lengthy process, a process with suffering, where there is a surgery because of the fear of death is also really important. on the patient side. So we have to understand this containment that we provide. And the biggest obstacle we face as a permanent makeup artists is to actually make patients trust us as artists, so we can work and treat them in this proceeding and this difficult path. We have to understand this sublime act from our patient, which is not just a opening their shirts so we can rebuild this nipple areola complex through this technique, but also they open up the doors of their soul to the story of their life, to a story of suffering, abandonment. So for these procedures, while this technique or supplies or everything we use is extremely important, what's most important is being able to understand the conditions your patient is coming from. We need soft skills that can guide this person during this difficult process. We are most likely the first person they are showing their scars to, since most of the time patients are not even able to look at themselves in the mirror. And in this situation of abandonment, of trying to rebuild themselves from a fragmented body, although beautiful, and that's where we have to provide them this contention and this love they need so they can go through this procedure. So what's our role as a PMU artists? It's fundamental then. What's the role we have to take in the micropigmentation area? It's to ensure that patients can find themselves in a comfortable environment and always putting ourselves in their shoes. So that's why, as I said before, I devoted my life to studying everything regarding not only bio-neuroemotion, but rather fragile skins of patients, to be able to understand, to be able to properly understand them. How do they come to your office and what do they want? And there was this interview where I was asked, what does the areola mean in a patient? And to be honest, the areola, regardless of being the most impactful part, being the reconstruction of the areola nipple complex, because this does generate a physical impact for someone who has never suffered this before. But what has the biggest impact for a patient is that each of them, and what this has impacted me for, and that's why I have been working on this foundation for so long, not only here in Chile, but also in Europe, is that each areola means something different for each patient. There are some patients, for example, that for them it means to feel sensual again, and everything related to their connection with lactation, for example, it makes them feel healthy again. So an areola doesn't have a global meaning for each patient. It does have a different meaning for every patient. So that's why I have created a method which is called the global pattern, where we can understand the patient as a whole, not only looking at the physical aspect which you're being asked to work on, which is about reconstructing the areolas, carrying, for example, or permanent makeup on an aesthetic side, and not just about looking at the eyebrows or the lips, but rather it's about being able to understand the patient as a whole and from there understand their needs. I believe that as in the micropigmentation area, it's a 50 or 60% of what we do in a procedure. And also patient expectations are important. We must have a really clear idea of the expectations we can provide the patient. Understanding that reconstructions are difficult, there is so much scarring, and there are some skin types that we have to properly understand before even starting to work with a patient. Of course, always with this discharge from their physician and whatever clinical medical protocols are needed. But as artists, we have to give them realistic expectations, since while in the aesthetic area on micropigmentation, we can, for example, work on an eyebrow following certain forms or shapes and formats, lips as well. We do have some rules to follow to be able to work in this, for eyes and so on. But in micropigmentation, in paramedic micropigmentation, oncological pigmentation. In this case, we have to understand that these parameters are going to change. They're going to be changing depending on the reconstruction type required. They're also going to be changing depending on the skin type, and they're also going to be changing depending on the treatment types they've had for this cancer. For example, if the patient comes to us after a chemotherapy, radiotherapy, skin stretching post-mastectomy, for example, of course, we are not going to be able to perform the same standard treatment for each of our patients. We have to pay attention to what we are going to be working. We are going to be working on a fragile skin. So therefore, our needle, our maneuvers that we are going to be utilizing are extremely important. And especially, and in this point, I like to be really clear and really honest on this part. To be honest, we have to be careful and we have to be really careful about which pigments we use, because this is something that's going to be introduced within the skin. This is not like the cosmetic area where we work on the skin. These patients have suffered a cancer, so we have to be completely sure regarding which pigments we are going to be introducing their skin. As these patients, of course, after a cancer, I mean, the disease doesn't stop there, but they have to go through this lengthy reconstruction process and all these different examinations to be able to rule out any new cancers. And these treatments or examinations, most of the time don't match with all the pigments that we can use. And that's why I use the Swiss Color brand because, as it was said in the previous presentation, they are compliant with all this regularization. Okay, and everything related for at the global level. Okay, so for us being as trainers, we must have our capacity to provide our knowledge to our students in a comprehensive manner. So that's why I've also specialized myself, and I have created in a parallel way to this technique or this specific technique or some specific maneuvers or patenting your own maneuvers. But we have to be able to understand that, making it so our students understand the follow-up and the protocol that we need to use for these procedures. And as professionals of the future, it's our duty to make it so each student has the soft skills needed for this area. This is one of the most difficult capacities to understand. And what's most important when we are treating our patients, excellence is obtained when we are able to use bioneuroemotion. For each case, we become more professional, we gain more tools, and we become more humane in what we do. What's important here is that while in these techniques, we do need to have experience, we must have necessary experience, so we have to know how to work on a given technique from the artistic side, but there is the medical side as well, to be able to understand each patient and be able to follow each protocol, and thereby minimize human errors, which is ours. Okay, so the FEMPO Foundation is my pride, and my pride not because it makes me feel proud of this. And the other day I was talking to my mother, on the phone, and I was saying that for me, the foundation or women, when I'm asked, okay, what do you feel every time you rebuild and realize gratitude from your patients to you? Do you feel like a better person? And to be honest, I told my mother, no, that's not the case. Actually, this immense gratitude, it's towards all those women because it's because of them that I have been able to specialize myself in this area, to be better every day because they've trusted me. Because of them, and also they've had the option and the bravery to make it so I can continue with the foundation, because I believe everything is earned from experience, regardless of the fact that you do need to have the necessary knowledge. I mean, we cannot have just motivation and that's it. No, but it's because of all these women that this gratitude is immense towards them. And that's why I also wanted to give you this speech and this presentation in their honor, because they are opening up their heart, their soul to me and the foundation. And it's because of them that I've been able to acquire this experience I need to have, and also train more and more professionals, not only in the cosmetic area, but also in the medical area. So that's why, and also understanding that it's extremely important to provide a follow-up for each patient. And this is not just about creating a technique. You learn this by error, by trial and error. For example, because at one point I was also a student, and I've also created a fellowship, which is so my students, and not only in Chile, but also at the global level, can continue in the academia we continue with practices or internships or just by observing. And I believe in order to be properly trained, they have to be observing someone who knows how to do this. And this is also something that applies in every medical area. I mean, before a surgeon can start operating, they have to first at least observe a senior surgeon, at least for a year. And that's the best way, I think, because they are not only becoming more professional and they obtain better techniques because you are going to be improving your technique. I mean, for example, tomorrow, if you become specialists in this, you're going to be creating your own techniques, your own maneuvers. And this is what's going to be giving you experience, but it's important protocol is in this. This is about understanding that we cannot skip any protocol for these patients. And this is about empathy and our close relationship with our patients. And this is one of the fundamental aspects to be able to connect with our patients through the foundation. It allows them to have this second home, pretty much. To be a part of the foundation is about being at the end of their process. What we do in this case is finally, or at least we try to make it so patients can address their disease. This relationship created between the artist and the patient is the main cause of the success of the treatment. Techniques and maneuvers. It is fundamental to highlight that patients are people with a fragile skin and have lost important parts of their body, and especially special parts of themselves, and they have also lost the perception, their self-perception, and not just about the mutilation of a breast, but this is about this perception of a healthy patient they had before of this. So we have to understand that according to this, we are going to have to address which supplies we're going to be using, which needles and so on. And these pigments are fundamental as well, and needles as well are fundamental. As I commented before, this is a fundamental aspect to be able to cause the least possible trauma to the different skin types that you are going to be working with. And the oncological aesthetic. At the end of all this painful process, patients are looking as with excitement and wonder. This is going to be the last page, the last step before being able to recover what they were. So that's what we have to be able to provide them more than just the perfect technique, which, as I explained, we have to adapt to each patient because each patient has a different story with their cancer. And this is about understanding the needs of our patients. And the excellence between experience and empathy, technique, pigmentation, understanding work with fragile skins, the needles that we use, everything contributes to this synergy to be able to provide excellence in everything that we do. Each of these links of this chain have to work perfectly because if anything fails, not only regarding the physical reconstruction, but also emotional reconstruction will not be optimal by any chance. And here there are some areola outcomes. Well, in this presentation, it looks a bit different than the real world. It looks a bit stronger. But here we have some results from patients who have been subject to reconstruction through the foundation. As you can realize, there are some examples where we have patients that already have their nipple already formed depending on different techniques, and others simply don't have anything, and we have to be able to achieve this 3D effect in our patients. Some more areola results. Some more subtle than others. And finally, my presentation, I believe it's really important to highlight and at the end of the day also raise awareness. And just like this is called the 3D awareness areola, that this foundation is not just about working with a program, rather a social program for free, but rather it's about understanding, and this is my main cause for this, that oncological aesthetic has to continue being a right instead of a privilege. Thank you so much for all of you, to all of you for being here.
Muchas gracias a nuestra máster chilena, Paola, por tu gran expertise.
Thank you for our Chilean master, Paola, for your expertise and participation in the conference. Please, a round of applause for Paola Gateño. Now we will go with Ingrid Bregenset in the second half of her presentation of ECA, cumplimiento ECA y REACH. Un aplauso para Ingrid nuevamente.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I am Ingrid Bregenzer. I am the CEO and founder of Swiss Color here in Switzerland. At Swiss Color, we are happy with ECHA regulations, as this means that there is finally a European-wide regulation for the permanent makeup market. We have taken the time to develop our product line even further and are proud to say that all our new pigments are ECHA compliant and REACH confirming. Improved durability, shorter implantation time of the pigment, more colorful and better coverage. These are the advantages of the new Swiss Color pigments. But the most important features is that all our products are safe for you and your customers. Quality and safety are our priority. Swiss Color pigments are free from heavy metals, iron oxide, tartazine, BAH, azopigments, alcohol, and NDLA. On top of that, all products are vegan and cruelty-free. We believe in transparent communication with regards to our pigment ingredients. As you can see from this list of ingredients, no harmful or banned ingredients have been used during the production of our new pigments. For your success, we fulfill and exceed all safety regulations. On top of that, we offer you the most brilliant skin covering pigments colors on the market. After months of research and testing, we have developed 31 new Swiss Color pigment shades, including 5 base pigments for individual mixing. Due to the new formula, all pigments are intermixable with each other, providing you with a nearly endless variation of color tones for all skin types and all permanent makeup and microblading treatments. As a pigmentologist myself, I know that each artist has their own style and working technique. With this in mind, we have developed a pigment solution suitable for all diluting all pigments. By adding the solution, you can achieve more fluid consistency, and this is ideal for lip shading or powder brows. Don't worry, the color intensity will not change to do this adding of the solution. Our other innovation is the world's first pigment performer. Can be used to turn any Swiss Color permanent makeup pigments into a microblading pigment. So there is no longer the need to buy different pigments for microblading treatments. Simply add the performer, mix well, ideally with a pigment mixer, and use for all your microblading techniques. In summary, with the pigment solution and the unique pigment performer, you can simply adjust the consistency of any Swiss Color pigment to your technique and needs. If you like to know more about Swiss Color or our product, pigments, or anything else, please call or email us. We are looking forward to hearing from you. Here at Swiss Color, we believe the future belongs to those who believe in the beauty of their dreams. We create the colors and the equipment but with your unique vision, it becomes art. Thank you for your attention and trust into Swiss Color products. And we wish you all the best and great success for your future. We wish you here a great congress at Look. Bye bye.
Gracias a nuestra queridísima Ingrid. Ha sido un
Thank you
placer
to our
tenerla aquí
dear
y
Ingrid.
que
It's a
haya
pleasure to have
presentado
had her
sobre su
present and had her
emprendimiento
present
y
on
sobre la
her
marca
pigments
Swiss Color
and on
International. Un aplauso
the
para Ingrid, por favor.
brand Swiss Color International. An applause for
Ahora
Ingrid,
nuestra siguiente
please.
speaker es
Now
Ana
our
Perroni,
following
que viene
speaker is
desde
Ana
Miami.
Perroni from
Ella presentará
Miami.
sobre the
She will
importance of
present
Google
on the
reviews and
importance of
local
Google
CEO.
reviews and local CEO.
Ella dice, ¿por qué recopilar
She says
reseñas de Google
why
y
to
nutrir su CEO
collect
local
Google
les dará 10
and
veces más clientes nuevos que
because your
personas todo el
CEO
día publicando en redes
locally
sociales?
SEO will
Ana
be
compartirá
better than
abundantes
just
herramientas
social
gratuitas
media. She will
extremadamente
give free
asequibles
tools that
con
are
nuestras técnicas de
accessible with
PMU para
other
ayudarlos a
PMU
clasificarse más
techniques
alto
to
en los
be
motores de
better
búsquedas locales.
classified in local
Incluye
search
acceso gratuito
engines.
a 2 de los cursos de
It
marketing online de
includes
Ana. Muchas gracias.
free access to marketing, Anna's marketing access. So we will begin now.
Hello, everyone. My name is Anna Perroni, and I'm going to teach you now how to get more clients by getting more reviews on Google. I hope this helped your business like it has helped mine and many of my students and my fellow PMU artists. I am here in Miami Beach, Florida, where I have my small business, and I also am the creator of the microblading app. I'm going to share my screen now with you so we can start the presentation. All right, so let's get it. Okay, all right. So we have just a quick introduction here of who am I, right? Who is this girl? So my name is Anna Perroni. I am the creator of the microblading app, which is a paperless consent form app. And hopefully most of you are using it. I have constant forms there in Spanish, in Portuguese, and in English, of course. Since I live in the United States, the app is mostly in English. I am also a trainer. Oops, sorry, it's going. Let me pause here. Also a trainer for Swiss Color in the United States. And I'm the owner of the Miami Beach Microblading LLC, which is a small med spa here in Florida. Okay, let me pause this again. Sorry, guys. It's my first Zoom recording. All right, so if you stick around to the end of the presentation, I have some freebies for you, some free stuff. So we're going to talk today really quick, since I only have 20 minutes, and this subject is really deep, about local SEO. What is local SEO and what is the importance of getting Google reviews to improve your local SEO, to make sure that you're ranking higher on Google. So when people are looking for your services, they can find you there on the first page of Google without you having to pay for expensive ads. All right, so really quick here, let's see, what is SEO? What the heck is that word mean? Local SEO means search engine optimization, which pretty much in a nutshell, it's Google, okay? Search engine where people go to search for stuff. They don't go search for stuff in social media. They go search for stuff in Google. In the past used to be Yahoo too, but nowadays mostly Google. So if you see here, these are numbers that I didn't invent, okay? These are numbers that come from real source, real data. And if you see here, 78% of local mobile searches result in offline purchases, meaning people looking for services in their phone. They're not looking for services in their computer, okay? So you want to be sure that your websites, that your presence is mobile friendly too. You can have a beautiful website, but if it's too slow, if it's not mobile friendly, it doesn't look good in the phone, people are gonna skip and go to your competitor. 85% of all customers use search engines to find local business. 85% of customers use search engine. What do they use? They use Google. They don't use Facebook or Instagram, okay? They use Google to search for local business when they're ready to book. They're not just browsing around. They're ready to book. I'm ready to get my lips done. I'm ready to get my nails done. I want somebody now. Google, Alexa, Siri, who should I go to? Who is close to me? 52% of all searches are local. That is over 2 billion local searches per day. So all these people searching for services, they're not searching for service in New York if they're in Miami. They're searching for local services. If I am in Miami, I'm looking for somebody who is in Miami who could provide a service for me. Not in New York. I'm not going to New York. All right. And last but not least, 50% of local mobile searches result in a store visit by the user in the same day. So these people who are searching for your service, 50% of them are ready to come in today and give you their money today, not social media. They're looking for you on Google. All right, so now let's see the difference between Google search, not Google ads, Google search and Facebook ads. Facebook ads are very popular. Instagram ads too are very popular because people like to be adored. They like to be followed. They like the likes. They like all of that glamour that comes with being a superstar in the social media. But guess what? What do you prefer, to be famous or to have money in the bank? Because the clients who are ready to book now, the clients who are looking for your service that you don't need to move a finger to sell to, they're just ready to come to you. These clients are looking for your service in Google. They're not looking for your stuff in Instagram or Facebook, okay? So again, just make sure that you guys get what I'm trying to say. We'll see local SEO versus social media ads. So local SEO, search engine optimization, local, is in a nutshell, Google. Okay, so who are the clients on Google? People looking for your service. You're not offering it to them. They're looking for you, for your services. Nowhere there's a place for people to leave negative comments. We have in social media, in Instagram and Facebook, a lot of trolls. Sometimes people, they have nothing better to do but to click on your ad and put some negative comments in there. And Google, when you have your stuff there, there's nowhere for them to put any comments. You're just showing up in the search. Your website's showing, or your Google My Business, which we're going to talk about it later. And last but not least, on Google side, we have clients who are ready to book now. They are ready to give you the money now. They're ready to book now. They don't have to be nurtured, okay? They're done the research. They read, they know all about your business, and they seen your stellar reviews. They see that you have a lot of 5-star reviews, and they see what people talk about your business, and they're ready to book. Why? Because you're the first business showing there to them when they search for something that's close to them. Now, when we go to Instagram or Facebook, social media, when you're posting ads there for money, people, every time people click on your ad, you're spending money. So people there are bored. They're not searching for anything. People are just there stalking their ex-boyfriends or just watching cute little kitten video or dog video. And all of a sudden your ad shows up. Okay, your ad shows up saying, hey, you want some eyebrows? You want some lips? You want some nails? You want your hair done? And these people, they have the space to click on your ad, and not only click on your ad, they can put some comments in there. And guess what? There's a lot of people in Facebook and Instagram who have nothing better to do but put negative comments. So on top of them clicking on your ad and spending your money, they're putting negative comments in there, which is scaring the other, possible clients. And last but not least, these people that click on your ad, even if they're interested, even if they think your work is beautiful, oh, I want to check out their work, I want to go there, they're not going to book now because they're not looking for it. You just showed your ad to them. They're like, okay, someday I will book, not today, someday. And then what you have to do, you have to go after these clients. You have to call them. You have to spam them. Oh, if you come today, I give you 10% off. If you come today, I give you 50% off. Please come today. You have to nurture and babysit them for maybe 1 out of 100 will book with you sometime in the near future, hopefully. So you see where I'm coming from, the difference between SEO, which is search engine optimization, Google, people searching, people ready to book, then people just hanging out in Facebook and your ad popping in front of them. Hey, you want some browse? Yeah, sure. Now? No, someday. Someday I'll contact you. All right. So this here is just an example of numbers, real numbers again. This is from my website, from my small business here in Miami Beach. It's called miamibeachmicroblading.com. And these are the numbers that I have, people that are coming, where they're coming from. So if you see from Google, I have 8,000 people that visit my website from Google. Okay, this is in one day, 8,000 people that visit my website from Google. And Google My Business, which is something that I will tell you in a second what it is. 300 people from Google My Business. Then you see Bing, Yahoo, Swiss Scholar Academy, which is the website here for United States Swiss Scholar, where I train microblading and permanent makeup and all that good stuff. Then you see mobile Facebook, only 38 people coming from there. Instagram is not even showing. I have a lot of followers in Instagram. They're not even showing here. They're not even going to my website from Instagram. Now let's talk about Google My Business. Google My Business is something very easy to set up. It's just like a Facebook profile you do for your business. You go to Google My Business and you set up a profile for your business. It's free. And that's where your clients can leave you reviews. If you see our business there, when you search for microblading in Miami, we're usually the first ones to show, even though we're not in Miami. We're in Miami Beach, which is a city next to Miami. And why do we show first? Because we work on our SEO, and part of our SEO is getting those reviews. So you need to get your clients to leave you Google reviews. So we'll be showing there on the 3-pack. When you see this little map with the 3 most influential, so it's not only being on top of the search on the first page of Google, you also want to be there on the 3-pack. Okay, on the 3-pack is where it shows where is the closest business to near me where I can get the service done fast, and let me check out the reviews. So if you see me there, Miami Beach Microblading on top with 413 reviews, then Microblading 30558, and then Hedman Method Clinic 189. Who do you think the client is going to pick? The client is going to pick my business because it's on the top of the search, it's on top of the 3-pack, and it has more reviews. Okay, so that's why reviews is a crucial part of getting those clients to book with you, those serious clients, not people hanging out on Facebook, serious clients who are looking for business, who are ready to book now, who are ready to give you their money now. Now, really quick here before we go to the next slide, if you see top 3 businesses, this is statistics from Google, not me guessing. If you see here, the top 3 business there on the 3-pack, they take 90%, 95% of the clients. So even if you're on the first page, if you're not on the 3-pack, you're not, chances are that you get only 5% of the clients. The first place, which happens to be us right now, gets 50% of the clients. The second place gets 25. Oops. Sorry about that. Second place gets 25, third gets 20, and then the 4th to 20th place that you don't even see there in the map, they get 5% or less of the clients. All right, let's go to our next screen is how do you get there? How do you get those reviews? How do you get to the top of the search? How do you get to the 3-pack? Basically, you have to start by getting a Google My Business account. There are 3 little things that I usually explain: relevance, distance, and prominence, which prominence is the reviews on Google My Business profile. Today, I only have time to explain about the reviews, about prominence. So we're gonna go to the next slide here. Again, like I told you guys, first thing you need to do, create a profile for your business on Google, which is free. Just Google My Business, go there, fill out your information, fill out your business information, put pictures of your work, and start collecting those reviews from your clients, okay? Now, before we get to reviews again, you see here changes over time. So you see 2020 and 2013, how it used to be. Reviews were not that important, but now in 2020, reviews is one of the most important. Having a GMB, if you see here, GMB, which is a Google My Business profile, which is free. It's a free profile for your business. And having reviews is the most important thing to get those clients who are ready to book to find you when they search for your services, okay? Now we're going to talk again about reviews. Why? Because this presentation is about reviews and why you need reviews to get clients. So if you see here, reviews matter. We're looking at the 3-pack again. And again, talking about prominence. What is prominence? Prominence is how well people are talking about you and how much people are talking about you. And that means those people are leaving reviews. So you want to ask your clients not just to put 5 stars there. You want to make sure that your clients are mentioning what kind of service they had done. This counts a lot with the Google algorithm, okay? To know that, oh, this person is great in microblading, or this person did amazing nails. So you need to make sure that your clients are putting the right review. If your clients put some review that have nothing to do with your business, chances are that Google is going to delete that review. So make sure that, you know, if they can leave a good word about you and what you do, and that will help you a lot to be on top of the search engine. So how do we get the reviews? How do we get these reviews? There's, you know, different ways to get the reviews. I'm going to share my secret with you guys. Okay. So everybody ready to learn our secret method? All right. So there's basically 3 ways to get reviews. The first way that we do, the first option is you ask in person. You go to that person, hey, Maria, are you happy with my services? Yes, you are. Oh, great. You know what? Can you do me a big favor? Can you leave an honest review telling other people on my Google My Business profile? Here's the link. Please, you know, leave a review there. And how many people do you get with this method? You get 1 person, right? You ask 1 person, then 1 person go there and leave a review. Then you ask another person. So it's 1 person at a time. And if you see here, you reach 1 person at a time, and the efficiency is 4 or 5 out of these 100 people will leave your review. 4 or 5 out of 100. Now there's a second way to do it. Second way to do it is you have like some kind of system. Here in the United States, they use all kinds of stuff like Bird Eye. They have different, I don't know what you guys use in your country, but there's like automated systems that send mass emails or mass text message. Thanks for coming. Please leave us a review in Google. Here's the link. So that way you reach a bunch of people at the same time, right? You can send like endless emails and endless text messages at the same time. So your reach is hundreds of people at the same time. But the efficiency is less than asking 1 person because it's so impersonal. It's like a robot. It's like, you know, people don't even open emails. Who opens emails from businesses? And text message, they see the text message, please leave us a review. Okay, whatever, later. So if you see the efficiency there is 0.3 to 1 out of 100 leaves you a review. So that's like even worse than asking 1 person at a time, okay? Now, the third and best option is the tool that we created. My husband and I, we created it with our programmers. It's called BotsUp. Okay, BotsUp is a partner, official partner with Google. And what happens is the client receives a text message where the bot talks to the client as if it was a real person. Hi, how are you? How is your healing? Or how are your nails? How is your life? And the person interact with the bot. The bot can show pictures, can show videos, can make funny jokes and like funny animations and talk to the person in a humane level. And then when the person is, you know, it's a short conversation, so it keeps your client engaged. But when the time is right, the bot asks, Hey, by the way, it would really help if you could leave us a review in Google. Do you mind doing it? And the person has an option, yes or no. If they click on yes, which most of the time they do according to our experience and our other businesses who are using our bot right now, when they click on yes, they get directed to your Google My Business profile with the little stars there waiting for them to just click on the stars and write a review. So this is the most effective way to get the reviews. This you can reach 100 people or more at a time because you can send mass SMS, text messages to these people with these cute little chat bots. And the efficiency is 25 to 30 out of 100 people. So 25 to 30 out of 100 people will leave you a Google review. And the more Google reviews, the more you get to the top of the search, the more clients who are serious and ready to book will find you and will book with you without you having to pay for expensive ads, okay, or deal with Facebook trolls. All right, so now to the free stuff. Our presentation is almost over. I hope my timing is good because I talk a lot. Sometimes my husband is like, oh, you talk too much. Get to the point. All right, so we have a little gift for you guys. The WhatsApp account is free. It's free for you to go to WhatsApp, set up a business account. It's free for you to send your WhatsApp via email, but most clients don't really read email. So we suggest you do it via text message. Text message, we cannot give it to you guys for free because we have to pay every text message that gets sent. But we are giving you a code here, which is review 520 for your first free 50 free automated text message with review requests to your clients. You just upload your list of clients there and it will do, the bot will do the by itself. We'll send a text message, we'll talk to them by itself. After that, if you want to purchase more review requests via text message, it's like cents. It's very cheap, very, you know, or you can just do it via email, which is free. Now, WhatsApp reviews chatbot, not just for our business, but for every other business that we help. We have a lot of business with marketing, not just the beauty business. We have doctors, we have lawyers that we help. So for local businesses, it's the most affordable, automated, and efficient way to get the reviews. I promise you, okay? We have numbers too to show. I don't have it here right now. But just a reminder, reviews huge factor in your local SEO, in your local search engine presence, okay? Now, I don't know if you heard about our app before, microblading app. I have some videos on YouTube showing how to use it in Portuguese and Spanish for drawing, which is 100% free. But the main thing of the app really is to save you money with the consent forms. Printing paper can get very expensive, and storing the paper, where are you going to put those papers? It's, you know, paper gets burned, gets wet, you lose the paper. We recommend, if you can, okay, I'm just going back here, sorry guys. We recommend, if you can, to use our paperless consent forms. And we have, we don't need to give you a code for that. You just download, the app is free. You can start using it for free. Your first 10 client folders with unlimited forms inside saved is free. And after that, we have packages. If you want to pay as you go, or if you want to use unlimited package, we have packages for that. The best thing is WhatsApp now is inside the microblading app, meaning when your client fills a form and signs, they will receive, and you can choose if it's like a 2 days, 1 day after, the client will receive automated WhatsApp. So you don't have to do anything. You don't have to upload your client list there. You just have the client sign and fill the form, and 2 days, sorry about that, guys, this thing is crazy. 2 days from now, your client will leave a review. So this is also a proven method. Now that we integrated the WhatsApp together with the consent form app that we have, microblading app, we have 5 times more reviews in the businesses that are using this method. Last but not least, I want to give you some more free stuff here. I want you guys to learn more about local local SEO ranking trackers, factors like distance and relevance, but I don't have time to explain here. This thing is trying to push me off. I don't have time to, let me pause here. I don't have time to explain it here because again, I only have 20 minutes, but this is a course that I teach online. It's in English, but you can translate to Spanish or any other language with the Google browser help. It costs $99, but it's priceless really, because the tips and the help that you get there for marketing are, priceless. But I am giving it to you guys for free. Okay, so just make sure that you go to SwissScholarAcademy.com and you pick, there's more than one course there. Pick the local SEO course and use the code Chile Madrid for free access, so you don't have to pay $99. But make sure you do it by January 1st, because there's only so long that the code is valid for. All right, so getting to the end, thank you so much for watching. For more information or help, we help a lot of artists. Some of them we do for free, some of them we charge because we need our time too. We have our own business, so we can't be doing everything for free for everybody. For more information, you can contact me via WhatsApp. I speak Portuguese, is my first language, and Spanish too. So you can talk to me via WhatsApp or email, and I'll be happy to give you more tips. And this is the end of our slideshow, and I hope I made it in time. Anyways, thank you so much for watching, guys. Don't be a stranger. Hopefully this helps your business. Just by getting those reviews up there, you'll be able to rank higher in Google and find those serious clients who are ready to book. And I hope you guys are all safe and have an amazing day. Thanks again for watching. Anything, just holla at your girl here. Have a great day. Bye-bye.
Gracias a nuestra máster de Miami, Ana Perrone, por esta
Thank you
presentación.
from our masters from Miami, Ana Peroni, for her presentation. We thank her words, tips, and counsel that she has given us. At this moment, we will give a 10-minute break for coffee. We ask for punctuality because we are also on our streaming site. Only a 10-minute coffee break. So please, you may exit the room so that we can start our break. Thank you very much.
Muy bien, espero que todos hayan podido tomar un rico café.
Okay, I hope everybody was able to enjoy some coffee, some cookies, and then to start the second edition of Salon Look in Chile 2021. And now we are going to have a presentation by Maini Bernard. She's going to be presenting an intensive leak technique. She's a microbleeding artist, has been one for 8 years, and for 7 years she has been working as a PMU artist. Before starting her career on the PMU artist, she was a successful wedding photographer and lifestyle. She is also a trainer and distributor of Swiss Color PMU for South Africa since 2007. She comes from South Africa. Having experience in photography and marketing has given her an advantage for her career. And Miss Marnie Benders is a specialist from South Africa in cosmetics and micropigmentation, who had a previous career in this personal photography, and therefore her knowledge in marketing and beauty encompasses more than 1 decade. Mandy has also worked with many customers. She's also a trainer and master for Swiss School International, has traveled around the whole world, attending conferences and teaching master classes in Switzerland, Austria, Germany, Dubai, Finland, Greece, Mozambique, South Africa, and so on. And she's always been fascinated by art, and her love for color and content is something that has deeply motivated her micropigmentation art. And please give Mandy a warm round of applause, and we'll go to her presentation.
Good day, participants and conference organizers. Thank you for entrusting me with the opportunity to showcase you my lip technique. We keep moving forward, opening new doors and doing new things because we're curious, and that leads us down new paths. Don't let the fear or insecurity stop you from trying new things. Who doesn't want beautiful, kissable lips? After all, this is a sensual part of the body. I'm Mandy Barnard. I'm a microblading artist for 8 years and a permanent makeup artist for 7 years. I'm a Swiss Color permanent makeup master trainer and distributor for South Africa since 2017. I stay in Gauteng, South Africa. I started a manual technique, the stick and poke technique, afterwards completing my permanent makeup and paramedical micropigmentation. Before I was in the permanent makeup industry, I was a successful wedding and lifestyle photographer. Having experience in this field definitely gave me an advantage early on in my career. There is so much to learn in this ever-expanding industry. It's honestly continuous training every day. The introduction of intense lip technique. This technique is inspired by creating a more intense saturated look, almost like your lips were stained by lipstick. Lip permanent makeup achieves the illusion of lip enhancement through the use of color contrast. The appearance is very flattering and youthful. Popularity of lip treatments. Thanks to the popularity of Kylie Jenner and the rest of the Kardashian clan, the demand for lip fillers and permanent makeup lip procedures exploded over the past few years. Everybody wants to be able to say, I woke up like this. There's no denying that cosmetic treatments are rife in the beauty industry right now. I believe in enhancing your natural beauty, no matter what treatment you're performing. Also understand your client's expectations and do explain what you can and cannot achieve. It's no secret, we all want a perfect bout, and it's common to think that bigger means better. But when it comes to permanent makeup, less is sometimes more. You don't want to overdo it. You'll definitely need a permanent makeup device for the following treatment. With the help of the Swiss Color auxiliary materials, we can make our work or the procedure a lot easier. Gigaplast seals the skin and the pigments are kept in the skin. The substance absorbs lymph but will not let the pigment pass through. Amazing to use afterwards on the lips, and it also creates a beautiful shine for the photographs afterwards. Transponder prepares the skin optimally, the skin becomes soft, and the pigments can be worked in easier. Care Cream, Gracia, for lips and eyebrows during the healing time. Lips and permanent makeup. Lips, the second most popular procedure after eyebrows. It can improve the color, shape, and symmetry of the lips. Furthermore, it can give the illusion of a lip enhancement. Lip treatments can give the illusion of a lip enhancement, but is mainly used to intensify the color of the lips and correct asymmetry. Clients who wish to have larger lips should be advised to have lip fillers rather than applying the pigment outside of the vermilion border. It is possible to extend the application of pigment up to 1 millimeter outside of the vermilion border. When a client has a well-defined natural outline, you should always work within that natural border. This is just an example of a lip treatment. As you can see, the lip contour is being sculpted in by using a back and forward pendulum movement, staying on the same area for 6,000 counts. Work tool requirements. All work tools should be disinfected and cleaned before and after use. If you perform any procedure where you penetrate the skin, your hands and the client's skin should always be clean and disinfected. You should always wear gloves when working on a client, preferably latex-free. For equipment that needs to be sterile, we recommend using sterile disposable materials, especially for those needles. Work surface must always be cleaned and sanitized before and after procedures. Equipment contaminated with blood should always be cleaned and sanitized. New needles are to be used for every client. After use, disposed in a closed container. Side tables to be disinfected. Don't store pigments on the side table. Always use a bin liner. Always protect yourself and your client. The skin and the lips. The skin. The skin is our body's protective layer. It is an independent organ with vital functions. The skin makes up about 1/6 of the total body weight. The appearance of skin depends on skincare, climate, aging, environmental influences, lifestyle habits, seasons. The outer skin has 3 main layers: the epidermis, the dermis, and the subcutis. The surface of the lip is comprised of 4 zones. You've got your hairy skin, vermilion border, vermilion, and your oral mucus. The normal shape of the lips varies with age and is influenced by ethnicity. Blood gives the lips their reddish hue. The skin of the lips is thinner than elsewhere on the body, consisting of 3 to 5 cellular layers instead of up to 16. The goal is to have balance and harmony of the lips. A proper evaluation is important. There is a science to the art of creating symmetry in lips. This is just an example of the lip anatomy: Cupid's bow, vermilion, your oral commissure, mental lobeal fold, your philtrum, and the vermilion border. Trending shapes, you've got your full lips. Both the upper and the lower lips are fuller. Wide lips, a great example is Julia Roberts. Round lips, the more compact version of fuller lips. We've got thin lips. Heidi Klum rocks this lip style. Fuller upper lips, it looks kittenish. Fuller lower lips, generally considered sensual. Bow-shaped lips like Taylor Swift and Scarlett Johansson. The lip border. When a client has a prominent lip border or a darker transition zone, stay within the natural lip contour. When the client has a light border and an undefined zone, you can extend the contour not more than 2 millimeters. Designing of the lips. Pre-drawing is extremely important. Don't rush this part of the treatment. You have to draw the shape exactly as you want it to look in the end. And once you have done the first pass to define the guideline, stick to it. If the client swells at any time during the procedure, you always know your guideline is there. Always start with the guideline and work inwards towards the mouth. Make yourself comfortable with your client. Use their body to support your arm so that you can use your fingers to make the tiny movements with the handpiece while applying the correct pressure. Keep dabbing off any excess pigment thoroughly during the treatment. At the end of the procedure, sit your clients upright and shake every little part of the area for even and crisp implantation. For aftercare, advise your client to wipe the area gently in the morning, afternoon, and at night with sterile water and a cotton pad. Following with aftercare lotion only from the second day. So meaning the first 24 hours, the lip should only be cleaned with a damp cotton wool. Aftercare should only be applied 24 hours afterwards. No lotions, toners, cleansers, or makeup on the lips for 5 to 7 days. Clients prone to herpes outbreak should medicate before the treatment. The pre-drawing is always the amazing part of the lips. This is where we can correct asymmetry and enhance the colors, the client's natural contours. Lip pre-draw. So with the pre-draw, we'll color in the whole lip with a red or a darker color lip pencil. And afterwards, we'll use a white to block out all the areas that we don't want to work, especially when a client has pigmentation around the mouth. It is really easier to see where you need to work when you block it out with white. And also another good tip is to then prep the lip afterwards with some powder, baby powder. It can be a sensitive baby powder, or you can use a translucent powder on the face just to set that contour on the lips before you start with your outline. This will help the contour not to smudge as much while you are stretching on the client's lips. The intense lips color mix. Always use a warm and a cold color on a client for lasting effects. For an ombre, you can use 2 colors in contrast, one light and one dark color, but make sure that one is a warm color, one is a cold color. Mix the colors with each other before usage, a 60 to 40% rule, depending on the client's undertone. So with the client, for a client with a colder undertone, I would use 60% warmer color, 40% colder color. The intense lips implantation angle. So different angles for different depths. I'll use 90 degrees for shading the contour and 60 to 45 for packing in the color. Less blood on the lips means more pigment retained in the lips after healing. Stretch the skin in 3 directions. Keep your hand steady. Move fingers, not wrist or arm. Step 1 of the lip contour. Start by sculpting the contour around the upper and lower part of the lips using medium pressure. Use a 2-way movement forward and backwards while applying a very firm stretch on the skin on a small area of the lip. Hold the handpiece at a 90-degree angle. Work superficially. Use a nano or a 1-round liner at a speed of 120. When sculpting the contour, try to work on the same place for about 6,000 counts. Then you can move to the next area. Do not use more than 2 needles for the procedure. So if you decide to do the contouring with a 1-round liner, then work with a larger needle configuration for packing in color. Repeat the contour if necessary. Step 2, now shading from the lip contour inwards with small circle movements. Use circle movements while applying a very firm stretch on the skin. On a small area of the lip, hold the handpiece at a 90-degree angle, work superficially. Using bigger configuration at a speed of 120 when blending the contour, work on the same area for about 6,000 counts, move to the next area. Continue shading the Cupid's bow, shade from left to right, and then on the other side from right to left. Shade close to the outline using a pendulum movement in order to make the contour more defined. Repeat the blending if needed. Step 3, start shading the upper part of the lip from contour towards the center, working section by section and slow, small circular movements. Use circle movements while applying a very firm stretch on a small area of the lip. Hold the handpiece at a 60-degree angle. Work very superficially with really slow hand movements. Using a big configuration like a 5 mag or a 5 round liner at a speed of 120. Stretch firmly and work on an area for 6,000 counts. Move on to the next area. Continue shading from the center of the lips towards the edge while still using the same pressure and slow circular movements. Continue shading the rest of the lower part of the lips. Repeat the shading for 4 to 6 passes, top and bottom. So we will repeat all the steps 4 to 6 times, top and bottom. So the needle that we will need for this procedure is a nano or a 1 round liner for the contour. We will work between a 90 to 60 and 45 degrees. On your contour, preferably, we will work 90 degrees. The contour speed would be 120, and we will work in pendulum movements, shading from backwards and forwards, staying on an area for 6,000 counts. So for the coloring in or packing in color, we'll use a 5 mag on an angle between 60 and 45 degrees. The speed would be 120 for shading, and we will use slow circular movements. Just an example of lips. Another beautiful photograph. Again, just another photograph of lips. So this was also a lipstick technique, but it was just a really light color that we used on the shading of the lips. Beautiful photo. On the left-hand side, this is actually a healed result. So this was healed after only 1 treatment, and we did 3 passes on the client. So you can see it's almost just as intense as a freshly done lip. On the right is a freshly done lip. This is also freshly done. Beautiful. The left-hand side is a student's work, a first-time fundamental student, showing her the intense lip technique. Thank you for your attention. Be safe and be kind to one another. The end.
Muchas gracias, Mandy.
Thank you so much, Mandy, for your incredible intervention. We'd like to thank you for all the techniques and the tips and advice you gave us. To improve, now we have the presentation by Ilias Irdelis. Ilias is a beautician, General Secretary of the Escoelas. He is an instructor of aesthetics, in public school. He's also a trainer and master of tattoo removal without lasers. He has expertise in Colorex, therefore by pigment removal using lactic acid, and he also has 20 years of experience working on semi-permanent makeup. He's a doctor and beautician, and he is giving conferences in many parts of the world to many professionals of this same area. In Greece, Cyprus, Dubai, Hong Kong, he comes from Greece and represents the Swiss Color brand as a distributor and representative in Greece as well. From 2001, he's also been teaching in these public schools regarding aesthetic techniques, makeup, and also podology. He has written many reviews in public schools, and his resume also includes being the General Secretary of Sacidesco, which is the International Committee of Aesthetic and Cosmetology. He's a member of the ESTP and the owner of the training seminars and beauty services Ilias Sardelis in Athens on permanent makeup, and also eyebrow extension and the innovative PMU removal technique without laser but using lactic acid. Thank you so much, Ilias, for joining us today. And now we have your presentation.
Hello, I am Ilias Sardelis, and I would like to thank first of all the organizers of Salon Look Santiago, Chile for the invitation. My topic that I will share my knowledge with you today is permanent makeup removals. During my presentation, we will see different removal methods, their side effects, and I will also show you photos of my clients from before and after that comes from our studio. But allow me first to introduce myself with some slides. As I told you already, my name is Ilias Ardelis and I come from Greece. I was born and raised in Athens. I'm a specialist diploma owner and I used to be the General Secretary of Sidesco Hellas. I'm teaching more than 20 years aesthetic and medical semi-permanent makeup with expertise in removing permanent makeup and body tattoo without laser in Austria and Switzerland. I'm teaching in public schools for 16 years, estheticians, professional makeup artists, and podiatrists. I've been giving lectures in Greece since 2000 in many professional beauticians and podiatrist conferences, like the Hellenic Podiatrist Association, SAMCA, Nouvelle Esthétique, Beauty Greece, Sidesco, Beauty Festival, etc. I am a member of Scientific Committee of EOPEP, which is the Greek state certification organization on graduate student examinations with subject on aesthetics, podiatrists, and physiotherapists for spas. Also a member of the committee of EOPEP as an examiner for student certification in theory and practice. I have given worldwide masterclasses about permanent makeup procedures and permanent makeup removal in Austria, Australia, Chile, Cyprus, Dubai, Greece, Hong Kong, Indonesia, Lithuania, Malta, Philippines, Romania, and Turkey. I had also the honor to be invited in a lot of international conferences as a permanent makeup speaker. On 2020, I was one of the 3 scientific member committee for the determination of practicing the profession of nail technician specialist in Greece under the auspices of the European Commissions. I have written a lot of articles and publications for permanent makeup and eyelash extension at Sidesco newspaper, Esthetician News, Vivere magazine, Nouvelle Esthétique magazine. The last 13 years, I am the representative of Swiss Color International in Greece, and finally, owner of Ilias Ardelis Beauty Services and Training Academy for Beauticians Advanced Learning, semi-permanent makeup, eyelash extension, and the innovative permanent makeup removal without laser based in Athens, Greece. Now, we are all working in beauty, but what is the meaning of beauty? Beauty is a combination of qualities such as shape, color, or form that pleases the aesthetic senses, especially the sight. Our goal as professionals is to highlight the natural harmony of the face and body, emphasizing the physical characteristics of each person. The dermopigmentation artists should combine plenty of knowledge based on anatomy, physiology, dermatology, visagism, cosmetology, and chromatology. Also, to understand the potential client's needs. In our work, we have to be able to make small miracles every day and create the best optical illusion results for our clients. However, because there are no common international regulations for practicing the profession of permanent makeup, we often see a lot of mistakes that require the use of removal substances. In the market, we can find plenty of liquids or creams for removal. But let us think, are they effective? Are they safe? And finally, what about the active ingredients they contain? The common removal methods and risks applied by beauticians and permanent makeup artists. Tattoo removal creams can cause skin burns, swelling, bruising, itching, scabbing, skin discoloration, infection, or permanent scarring. The magnesium oxide solutions give us big risk for scars. The salt-based liquids simply doesn't work, just fades the tattoo's area. Two very well-known removal liquids contain benzoic acid, and this is an extremely dangerous thing. Trichloroacetic acid solutions, which is a corrosive chemical, and it is actually a banned ingredient resulting in horrific burns. Lasers depends, of course, from the country laws. And finally, the patented SC color removals. Let's talk about laser removal side effects. About half of the patients treated with Q-switched lasers for tattoo removal will show some transient changes in the normal skin pigmentation. These changes usually resolve in 6 to 12 months, but sometimes can also be permanent. Also, hyperpigmentation. It is related to the patient's skin tone, with skin type 4, 5, or 6 more prone regardless to the wavelength used. Hypopigmentation is more commonly observed in darker skin tones. Most of the pigments containing iron oxide or titanium dioxide change color when irritated with Q-switched laser energy. Some tattoo colors, including flesh tones, light red, white, peach, and light brown, containing pigments, as well as some green and blue tattoo pigments, change to black when irritated with Q-switched laser pulses. Also, local allergic responses on too many tattoo pigments have been reported, and allergic reactions to tattoo pigment after Q-switched laser treatment are also possible. The laser, when used with wrong frequency, smaller target area, or with high used energy, or with too much heating, or for tattoo cover-ups, can cause burns, bleeding, infections, and scars. You can see the photo. Now let's go to the removal methods that I am using. After almost 15 years of research and as a professional beautician and instructor in Greece, I want always to offer my clients and students the best and high-class services. So I'm always thinking, choose the best and safest products like you choose for yourself. So the products that I am working with are SC Color X removal method for permanent makeup and microblading, which is based on patented 2-hydroxypropanoic acid or lactic acid with 30% of dilution, and the SC Color Light fading method, also for permanent makeup and microblading, also based on patented 2-hydroxypropanoic acid with 20% dilution enriched with panthenol. Let's see these two methods' advantages. First of all, we will start with the removal product. SC Color X is patented dextrorotary lactic acid. This is similar to our body because not all lactic acids are the same. It is developed by doctors and pharmacists, produced in Austria by a certified pharmaceutical company, and it's a natural product occurs in human metabolism. It is also registered in the European CNPN database, and it can remove all colors, old or new. The scratching of the epidermis and the wetting with SC lactic acid in low concentration leads to the rejection of the pigments. The color goes out always. Why? because this is the natural rejection response of the body. The discomfort that our client feels is similar to tattooing. It's not an expensive procedure. It can be used for total removal or reshaping the old permanent makeup. And normally it takes only 2 procedures to remove the whole eyebrow. So we don't have any extra cost for special equipment. We can work with our own device and our own needles. Let's go to the second product. This is the SC Color Light fading method. The advantages of this method are: it is also patented lactic acid enriched with panthenol. It is safety rated. It is also registered in the European CNPN database. It brightens all the colors and can be used to the whole treated area in one session. It gives you the opportunity to correct small mistakes or improve the shape and color of an old microblading or permanent makeup. Also here, we don't have any extra cost for special equipment. We can work with our own permanent makeup device and needles. Let's see now how SC Color X removal works. The tattoo ink is implanted between 1 to 4 millimeters under the skin. By using our pen and the EGN cartridge, we massage very gently the epidermis of the area we are treating. This epidermic massage helps the removal liquid to penetrate up to the macrophages, which seal the color molecules. When the macrophages comes in contact with the removal liquid, they free the color molecules. Now, the body recognizes these molecules as a foreign thing and instantly starts pushing them up to the surface of the skin. So, in a few seconds, we see very clearly the colors coming up in small drops. After this procedure, a crust will be created, and it will fall in a few days, maximum 10. We can repeat this treatment if needed after 6 to 8 weeks. In this photo, we can see very clearly the color as it comes out of the skin. After the procedure, we have to use some products. First of all, to neutralize the removals. So, the first product that we use is SC-pH balancer. We cover with plaster and we give our client the scar care cream that helps the skin healing procedure and avoid the scar creation. This quality cream contains jojoba oil and sea butter, and it is used after the crust falls. Now, let's go to the studio to see some before and after photos. As I told you before, you can use these removal liquids not only for the eyebrows, you can use it for the eyes, you can use it for the lips, you can use it for the trico. Let's see some photos. Here is a case when a client came to the studio with 2 tails on the eyebrow. That's before the treatment. Here is during the treatment. As we can see, the color came out and the skin underneath is totally clean. And let's see the final result. 5 months and it's gone. Let's see another case. Here is before the treatment. We wanted to remove the shadow under the eyebrow. And here, this is 6 weeks after. As we can see, there is a small redness at the area, but as the time goes by, this redness goes away. Another case, right after the treatment and 4 weeks after treatment. Lip color removal. This client has unfortunately 2 different tones and 2 different colors. As you can see, there is a beige and there is also some purple all around the lips area. That's before the treatment. During the treatment, both colors are coming out, and that's 12 weeks after treatment. Also, another difficult case was the next one here, trichopigmentation removal. That's before treatment. And here, 12 weeks after treatment. Let's see also now some photos from the fading method. Eyebrows fading. Photos before and 15 days after treatment. One session. And also here, age spot lightening. Before and 9 weeks after treatment. If you want to learn more about our removal products, don't hesitate to contact me. Here are the details. For masterclasses, just reach Ilias Sardelis on Facebook, Instagram, write to me at sard@otenet.gr or contact with me through Handy. Thank you so much for your attention and stay safe. Thank you.
Nueva forma de remover el
A new
pigmento.
way, then, of removing pigment. Now, an applause for Laila, our Bahrain representative. Laila Buchanan will explain to us of nano natural brows. She, since 2008, has established herself among the elite of PMU artists. Mixed with her expertise and passion, she has been able to become an international master, training many people whom find themselves in this area, and to achieve them also becoming great artists in themselves. In 2017, Laila started and went through the opening of LB Beauty Studio and is distributor of Swiss Color and Yumi Lashes. International certification by Swiss Color. She has 5 stars as a trainer in semi-permanent makeup and her area of oncologic paramedica. Thank you very much. Laila, we can start with your presentation if you may.
Hi, everyone. This is Laila Buchanan from Bahrain. I'm so happy to share my experience and my knowledge in the Madrid PMU event. And that's really nice meeting you all today. So today I'm interested in sharing the natural nano brows, as you know, everyone. And I'm a Swiss Color International trainer since the past few years. So today I just thought of having very briefly, let's say the most important points for you all to have an idea about my technique and the natural nano brows. Let's share together the contents first and have an idea about my way. This is the contents that I'm going to speak today. I'm going to speak about the natural nano brows in detail, about the planning the session. How do we plan the session? Choosing the right cartridge, and that's the most important thing in the technique, the right speed and the direction, and of course my technique and the secret of stretching. So this is a photo of my work before and after, if you notice. With the Nano NT, we're getting that crisp, fine, natural, realistic hair, which you all love to see. So this is before and after. As we mentioned before, that we always plan our session, and for planning the session, I always recommend, number one is to consider the client's medical history. When we're talking about the client's medical history, the most important factor is, briefly, we can check on her skin, like is she's having sensitive skin, is she's having any autoimmune diseases, or the most important thing is the medication she is on. Plus, her Fitzpatrick scale is very important. As you all know, the color of the skin, her undertone, because we need to mix the proper pigment as to reach the best results. For every client, we consider every client as a new client in the PMU world, because we need to customize and in a way, in a special way for each client, because each client needs a different way of treatment, as you all know. So the consultation is very important. Usually we let them sign the consent paper, which has all the medical details in it, in terms of medications, in terms of allergies, if there is any diseases. So at least we should know where to track. As we mentioned before, the choosing of the right cartridge is very important. We're so happy with the Swiss Color Nano NT cartridge. I'm not sure if some have used this cartridge. It's one of the best. Talking about the Nano NT cartridge, it's the Swiss Color Nano NT cartridge with a diameter of the 0.25 mm. This gives you the most crispy and realistic hair stroke, because it's due to its shape and the diameter. It's especially formulated for a very fine technique. And of course, we should thank Swiss Color for getting us this cartridge. And there's something very important I would like to talk about this cartridge, because it's having that metal tube that gives it all the support and during the work. So in that way, we don't get any vibration. And in this way, we can improve the lines and reduce the vibrations, and where it gives us that stability that we're all looking for. This cartridge is one of the best. I love using it for hair strokes, and even you can use it for the lips liners, yeah. And here we go. So the third thing I would like to talk about is the right speed and direction. Unless you get the right speed for the right type of skin, it's not every skin. We have to measure the speed according to the skin. When it's Fitzpatrick scale, for example, number 1 and 2, they have that sensitive, we can say sensitive skin. We should always reduce the speed in that term. But then if we're working with Fitzpatrick scale from number 3, 4, and 5, the speed might be 120, 125, even we can go to 135, and that's going to work with them. And basically, we are talking here about the right speed and also the direction. So to create a realistic and crisp hair stroke, we should always achieve low speed to give the maximum pigment implementation. So as you all know, when we're talking about 120 or 125, it's the number of beats in a second. And that's the more beats, the more pigment we are implementing. But then we should move the cartridge very slowly. So in this way, we are giving it that much of pigment, but in a very low speed. The angle is very important. Then 60 degrees, I always depend on the 60 degrees slope. And this way it gives the needle the ability to cut superficially through the first layer of the skin, which is the epidermis, while implementing the correct amount of pigment. So here I can summarize that the speed is very important and the direction is very important, because unless you understand your skin, you're gonna give it the right speed and the right direction. Talking today about my technique, I always depend on 2 passes. Of course, here we're talking about the number of passes, how to create those natural hair strokes. But believe me that you don't have to pass lots of times, because when you pass lots of times, you're gonna ruin the skin, your canva, and you will get that result you won't like. So here I always depend on 2 passes to create those realistic hair strokes. The first pass is done with minimum pressure. Why? Is that to ensure that the needle cuts through the skin superficially and only the epidermis. So we pass by with a very minimum pressure, just to make sure that we're cutting in the right direction. Whereas in the second pass we have to go with even less pressure than the first time. The speed can be more speed. We don't, it's like you should measure it according to the skin. But in the second pass, we are ensuring that we are giving the enough pigment on the cut you've done. So we are here with the secret of the stretching. Unless we stretch right, we're not gonna get the right perfect stroke. Stretching should be done very carefully. Stretching should be done in a good manner, that we have the right fingers and on the right directions, just to make sure that the area is flat, so you don't get those bumps, and then you can work it perfectly. The key to getting a proper stretch is to flatten the skin in 3 opposing directions. We always work with 3 fingers. This is called a 3-point stretch. The stretching hand, the hand without the tool. So we always use the 2 fingers, like if I'm holding the tool, the hand tool with my right hand, I always stretch with my 2 fingers from the left hand, and then the baby finger on my right hand. This should be placed strategically along the client's forehead to pin the skin down and spread it apart in small toss stretches. So in this way, you can get a very flat canva, so you can work it out in a very superficial way. I would like to say that all those factors, including the aftercare, leads to the best results. So we always, during the nano brows, we should always emphasize on the aftercare, because unless they go with a really careful aftercare, that's the only way when they will reduce the crust by cleaning it with cotton, damp cotton, the day after, within the 24 hours. We always recommend the area to be hygienic and clean, just to avoid the crust. And in this way, we will result with a very good healed, realistic hair stroke. In conclusion, if you preciously follow the rules of the procedure, your results are going to be high in quality and in very low impact, and with no pain, we can say. A few technicians, or like when I'm doing my trainings, I always emphasize my trainees that the anesthesia creams we should avoid also. We should always avoid them, because working without them give me the best we can say healthy skin for the cartridge. So working without any anesthesia gives me that perfect skin, so you can get the perfect cut and the perfect strokes. That's why we're working superficially. Of course, we can say no pain, no blood, and this is for our best results. I'm happy to share my knowledge with you all. Hope we meet again in future virtual meetings, and thank you for your time. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Laila, por tu
Thank you so much, Leila, for your wonderful presentation and for your participation here in this PMU Look Congress. And now we are going to have a break, so everybody can go for lunch, and the break will be until 2:30, okay? So you can be slightly earlier than that, so everybody can get seated. So you can take some photos and so on. We are going to continue in a while with the second edition of the PMU Law Congress 2021. Thank you so much.
Muy bien, vamos a continuar.
Okay, we are going to continue with this second edition of PMU Look Congress, sponsored by your dear Salon Look. Thank you so much, Paula Teño, for being here, and also Swiss Color for bringing all these incredible masters from around the world. Now we are going to continue with Ina Benon, who is going to be your host for the medical pigmentation world here in Salon Look. Mrs. Ina Benon is an expert and also international renowned trainer in the field of aesthetic micropigmentation and reconstruction. She has been honored as an invited guest judge and also trained in numerous medical PMU congress, both national and international. And more than 17 years later, she has a lot of experience cooperating with expert professionals, the best plastic surgeons, and skin therapists from procedures, corrective procedures from post-surgical interventions. Ina is the director of Beauty Medic Israel and also a partner of MicroID UK. She comes from Israel and also she's a Swiss color distributor for Israel and the United Kingdom. She is also a member of the ESTP organization, which is the European Society of Tattoo and Pigment Research. Sorry. She's also the founder of the Israeli Association of Micropigmentation and also leads many different fora on this field. Ina is the author of the upcoming international book, Cosmetics and Medical Tattoos, and also which is about nipple and neural reconstruction, scarring and burn expansion, and camouflage. Ina has developed a unique technique for tattoo with a medical training around all the world, and also she's been specialized in reconstructing a real nipple, scar, and also burn and skin camouflage, vitiligo pigmentation, and also restoration and simulation of hair for alopecia. She has multiple certifications in PMU from many academics around the world, and now I'd like to give a warm round of applause to welcome Ina.
Hola. I would like to thank to the organization of Salon Look Santiago for inviting me to take part in your Congress. Lasers became the mainstay of scar remodeling, being able to improve the appearance of scars. Here, before and after, several treatments of fractional ablative CO2 laser. Still after the laser treatment, although the scar was flattened and the skin quality was improved, still an important structure is missing. There is no lower lip. This is one of the areas that can be treated by medical micropigmentation. Hi, everyone. I'm Ina Benoun, and I'm a medical permanent makeup specialist. I'm not a doctor, and probably you're not familiar with my work. Anyway, I have over 17 years of experience in industry of medical pigmentation in different countries. Have started a long way from art school and creative makeup artist to architecture and graphic design. Endowed with creative and novel vision that never stops to seek, found myself in the industry that definitely changing for positive lives of countless number of people, make them feel much happier and to help to return their lost beauty. So if we go through history, in many cultures, tattoos were a form of body art. Facial cosmetic tattoo date back to ancient Egypt, as found on the bodies of Egyptian mummies. Medical purposes tattoo as small parallel lines all over the spine and joints, which was correlated with radiographic confirmed osteoarthritis. One of the first cosmetic tattoos was performed eyelid tattooing in 1984, but the body modification has become more common and more sophisticated over the last 30 years. Medical pigmentation recently become highly demanded. Medical tattooing combining advanced permanent makeup techniques enable us to camouflage abnormalities and accomplish visual improvements when the hands of medicine can't reach better results anymore. So we have two choices. We have the first one is microneedling, and the second is the camouflage. This is the medical pigmentation world. So scar treatment need a teamwork in order to maximize the results. While treating scars, we should combine between energy-based devices as laser devices, chemical modalities, different chemical drugs or products, and physical modalities. The method I'm talking about is a physical injury plus using chemical products like hyaluronic acid or pigments in order to get back the skin color and then achieve the wanted result. Sometimes I'm the first actor and sometimes the last. So we said we have three methods: chemical drugs as hyaluronic acid and pigments, or using drugs, of course, under doctoral supervision, physical as needling, and EBD, which is energy-based devices, as laser. If we go for microneedling first, we have different kind of microneedlings. We have rollers, stamps, pens, okay? I'm using microneedling on a regular basis. I use different needle lengths for different anatomical areas in the 17 years that I've been practicing microneedling. Microneedling creates microchannels and micro wounds at the level of the dermis, inducing wound healing cascade. The tissue histology after microneedling shows us thickened epidermis and increase in dermal collagen, elastic fiber deposition, and improving uneven skin tone. It helps relaxing also contracted scar tissue formed from burns or accidents that has caused limited mobility or flexibility. And the efficiency of microneedling for the treatment of scars is well established and proven in many scientific papers. So microneedling can be used as a stand-alone modality or can be combined with a variety of topicals and other surgical procedures for superior results. So it can improve scar tissue. Higher skin quality will retain the color better while doing micropigmentation as a second step. So as I said, it's a cold technology, safer in dark skin types, for example, and a very little epidermal damage is caused. So we said for all skin colors, all age, and we are using for that needles and device. And the importance of high quality needles and a device is very important because needles are the paintbrush of the skin. The powerful equipment, we may have optimal and accurate results without damaging the tissue. A scar is the body's natural way of healing and replacing lost or damaged skin. A scar is usually composed of fibrous tissue. Scars may be performed for many different reasons, including as a result of infection, surgery, injury, or inflammation or of tissue. A scar may appear flat, lumpy, sunken, or colored. So let's see that.
Here's a time lapse of the physical healing process.
So this is our skin. When there is a wound, injury, small injury, it takes to 28 days for full healing of the skin. We have different kinds of scars. We have atrophic scars, we have hypertrophic scars, and keloid scars. So let's see what is atrophic scars is kind of scars which are not raised, and as strias or acne scars. We have hypertrophic scars which are raised scars, and we have also kind of tension sometimes due to scar from a burn or raised scars, colored scars, and we have keloid scars. This part should be treated only by doctors. So micropigmentation is a paramedical procedure in which we inject pigment into the skin in a mechanical way in order to restore the different skin areas by using variety types of needle configurations and pigments. And in medical pigmentation, we include all this list: nipple areola complex, camouflage. We can treat hypo and hyperpigmentation, hair stimulation, trichopigmentation, scars, burns, and microneedling. Let's see some cases. So we can see here after a surgery scar, facelift scar, and this is only after one session of microneedling. We can see how the skin improves, the skin texture and color. Also here, we can see the improvement after one treatment. We can see the color, the skin tone, natural skin tone coming into the scar by itself, by needling. The linear scar was fully ablated here using CO2 laser, and then We can see here what left after the laser. And here is after 4 microneedling sessions, we can see that the skin was completely, the scar was completely flattened and looks much better. Also in acne, post-acne scars, in very dark skin, we can see the improvement after 1 session of microneedling. Also on the nose, tension from a scar and scar relaxation was done after 1 session, looks much better. And that's a very nice result of a neck, on the neck, the scars were with a lot of tension, and we made only 2 microneedling sessions to flatten the skin, and the mobility and flexibility of the scar was improved. Here we see a scar, for example, multiple scars on the arm of a lady, and this was caused by removing the tattoo with a coarse salt. So we can see here the improvement post-free treatments, the color changed, the texture changed. In these cases, I'm not using camouflage pigments. Here we see self-scars after doing 577 laser for the high pigmented scars. We performed 3 microneedling sessions, and the redness disappeared completely and the scars were flattened. And tummy tuck, which is a very common operation nowadays. So here we see 3 microneedling sessions to improve the scar without using any camouflage pigments. Stretch marks are considered as scars. High melanin levels and also of African or Asian descent are a disadvantage that can make the scars more noticeable. So here we can see also strias on the breast of a very young lady. Just after a session, we can see improvement in the strias. Also here. Now, if we take the chemicals we were talking about are the pigments in our case, in our industry, using only high quality pigments help to precise in choosing the right color according to the patient's skin tone. Test the color on the treated area. I'm using Swiss color pigments because I find them the best quality pigments in the world market today. And I'm very happy with the results. We can see also very bad results of camouflage tattooing, also using lasers afterwards, and really damaged skin. Be aware of this and don't do camouflage if you're not skilled, or if you didn't make the right training for that. It can really cause psychological problems in patients afterwards. So if we go on scar tissue and we want to pigment, perform pigmentation, here we can see hair stroke, eyebrows reconstruction on a scar tissue. We did 2 sessions of microneedling to flatten the scar and to be able to have better retention of pigment in. Same here in a male eyebrow. And here, after a severe accident, a young lady who found a really unpleasant look around the eyebrows area. So here we can see the before. And here we can see the final result. The eyebrow that were lifted up came back on the place and made a symmetry look on the face. Also on lip scars, we can see that if we treat the area by needling, we get better retention of color, of pigment, also on the lips. Here we see a cleft lip. You can see here the before. I performed 2 microneedling sessions to flatten the scar to make it better than the first. And after pigmentation, symmetry, and looks nicer. And it's getting worse and worse because we have so many difficult cases. People who born with port wines, tumors, all kind of problems that caused operations and few operations through the years. And after several operations, when we reconstruct the lip from the mucosa, it causes a huge problem to get good retention of pigmentation in. So sometimes when we have no choice, we do our best, but this is the before. And this is the after. After 2 sessions of pigmentation. We can continue and continue, but some areas cannot get the pigment. We have to know that. And here also a very successful one, I find. This was a huge hemangioma all over the cheek and the lower lip, which was removed. And she went through 4 sessions of CO2 lasers. And then I did 3 microneedling sessions also to improve the skin more. And just then 3 micropigmentation for reconstructing the lip. Camouflage is the hardest of all medical tattooing procedure. To replicate skin tone, you must mosaic color into the skin slowly and carefully, or implant superficially shallow. So let's see, for example, in facial scars after facelifts, camouflage the scars. We can camouflage the scars directly without needling. Also here, this was a case of necrosis post-operation, just camouflage, 2 sessions. And my favorite field, and the one I'm known for, is the nipple areola complex. We can see here the before and after mastectomy and reconstruction of the nipple areola. At the end of the reconstructive road, creating a nipple areola with micropigmentation is like putting a cherry on the cake and signifies closure. For many with breast cancer, the impact is huge, not only in terms of recovery, but also the physical changes that they undergo with breast reconstruction. Main goal is to create an enhancement of as natural as possible look. So it's important to use various techniques to ensure that the client does not receive unrealistic and heavy tattoo. And here we can see the end of the result. This reconstruction was tattooed twice, and this is 3 months healed after 2 sessions. And we have also cases of, for example, necrosis in the breast. Then we don't try to do sophisticated tattoo. We just implant pigment into the skin and try to retain it in the skin. And also a combination of microneedling and camouflage in a breast augmentation case. And we have also the complications in our industry, overworking, bad work, or problems with the very, very dark skins. We have to work very, very shallow with dark skins because they tend to scarring like on the picture on the right. We can see some examples of camouflage with pigments only on a scarred area with freckles. And here also a beard, hair simulation on a beard, or hair simulation on a scalp after accident also, or facial scars, hypopigmented, and just putting some pigment and it changed completely the look and the feeling of the patient. Port wine stain, this was a nice case. This was already after laser treatment, but the doctor couldn't continue. Then I camouflaged few layers of camouflage and it was really covered very nicely and she could go out without wearing any makeup on the face. Here we can see some scars on the knee post-operation after sagging skin removal. And the creative work as finger reconstruction. We can see here the finger before and after the nail reconstruction. And skin grafts, so complications after skin graft surgery, usually leaving unequal with the rest of the skin area, which appearing as a scar. So here we see some microneedling and camouflage and reconstructed areola. All around was needled, one session of camouflage, and looks much better. Also eyelashes reconstruction and some grafts needled and camouflaged. Pay attention, please, to the fibrotic tissue on the left eyelid, preventing mobility in this case. Following 5 microneedling treatments only, the fibrotic tissue was relaxed to allow more eye opening. You can see here the distance and the eye opening area was much better. Also here, skin grafts, camouflage on the face, some cases, and transgenders. So I want to say this is a project in which I had the chance to take part in, and in order to make a sex change from female to male, we start first with the subcutaneous mastectomy. So some nipple areola that were lost due to this operation, necrosis, etc. They're not so good looking, these kind of operations. And we can see here the skin graft in order to reconstruct the penis. In this case, we take, the doctors take part of the tissue with the fat, etc., from the hand of the patient, and these are the scars left. So just one, look at that, one treatment needed for needling to get this nice and smooth result, and the scar was much better. The skin is very thin in this area. It was very easy to treat. I was surprised myself. And in this kind of patients, we made artistic work as drawing the veins and look to make a more natural look to this operation. Also just scars in these areas. And burn survivors can become frustrated that they still have issues with scarring and wounds after their initial burn injury had healed. As we know, hypertrophic burn scars are the most common complications of a burn injury. Let's see some cases. We can see here eyelash stimulation on a eyelid burn. We can see an improvement after one session of microneedling on a burn survivor. And here also a case of a lady who was burned in her bed, and she went through a few sessions of microneedling, and the results after 1 year of treatment, you can see here the improvement of the skin. And also camouflage burns, which are not easy at all. And you can see here how it's not easy. Here, there was only before and after of microneedling. We can see improvement of the skin texture, of the tension of the scars, of improvement of the color of the scar, but implanting pigment in this kind of patients is almost impossible. There is no retention. This is from my big experience. We can see here also the changes, but it will never be perfect, as we know. So in summary, micropigmentation can be performed as a monotherapy or as an adjuvant therapy to energy-based device or microneedling and micropigmentation. I was trying to expose you to my daily work using micropigmentation as the first or the last step of scar remodeling. The purpose of my work is to make a change in the lives of the people that already raised their hands. The change in that moment when even doctors cannot really help, the change that will give them to believe in miracles again, the change that makes feel different, see this world different and enjoy it, to escape from the box full of fears and lack of self-confidence, finally make their dreams come true. I'm not a magician, but I do magic. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Ina, por
Thank
todo.
you
Thank you
so
very
much,
much.
Aina, for all your participation in this Congress. We are really thankful for you sharing all your experience with us. Now we are going to continue with Luisa McFarlane, representative from Dubai. She's going to be talking about her own technique for eyebrows called non-invasive MSP brows. Luisa has more than 20 years of experience in the beauty industry, and she comes from the Middle East, and she has been around the whole world, and also forming training certificates of achievement and tech since 2008. She's a professional on the PMU industry since 2009. In 2004, she organized the first nails contest in the Middle East, and in 2016, the first international PMU Congress in the Middle East. She is the co-founder of Beauty Essential Kuwait and co-founder as well of the Limited World. She is a serial entrepreneur, trainer, and international conference lecturer. She is currently the director and manager of Medglam Trading LLC Dubai, United Arab Emirates. This is the global exclusive distributor of Elite Med and Elite Seal, and the exclusive distributor of Swiss Color in the Arab Emirates. And the motto of our dear speaker is about innovating, educating, and empowering. Her passion for beauty lies in innovation and education, and her inspiration lies in empowering and encouraging women to seek an exciting and rewarding career in the beauty industry. And also, we are going to be giving you the floor. Thank you so much.
Hello, everyone. Big hugs and kisses from Dubai, United Arab Emirates. My name is Louisa McFarlane, and I am delighted to be here today. I wish I was there in person, but I hope you will enjoy my presentation today. Before I start my presentation, I would like to thank Paula. Thank you so much for a kind invitation. I would like to thank PMU Loop Congress, and I wish you all the best. So I would like to start my presentation. So today, my subject is going to be holistic eyebrows, and I'm going to explain how you're going to, why we have created this treatment, and what is in it for you, and how we're going to execute the treatment. So let me introduce myself. I'm Louisa McFarland. I am based in Dubai, UAE. I have 20 years experience in beauty industry in Middle East as well as internationally. I'm a co-founder of Elite Med Professional System, co-founder of Medglam Institute, which is based in Dubai. So we are Swiss Color international distributor in Dubai, in UAE, and 5-star trainer, organizer of the Beauty and PMU International Congress in Middle East, in Dubai and in Riyadh. We are going to for the first time, organize it in Riyadh. So before I start my subject, I would like to talk about the Elite Med professional system. So the vision for Elite Med is to change people's lives for the better. And with that single goal in mind, we have developed the Elite Med professional system. The Elite Med professional system is comprehensive product, education and training system for any inspiring individual seeking an exciting and financially rewarding career as a professional semi-permanent makeup, as known as SPMU specialist. Our education and training system is benchmarked against international best practices of the beauty and aesthetic industry. We offer Elite Med professional system courses for beginners to intermediate to advanced master courses, individually highly valued aesthetic courses as well. We have handpicked an elite team of Elite Med Master Educator brand ambassadors who are the only authorized trainers for the Elite Med professional system. They have been carefully vetted for their unique SPMU and aesthetic experiences and techniques. Each Elite Med ambassador has specific talent profile to offer, and they represent best of the international face of Elite Med. Welcome to the Elite Med world that changes people's lives for the better. Good. So let's go into the subject. So it's the first time in Middle East we have created non-invasive holistic SPMU brows. We're going to go overview what is non-invasive holistic SPMU. So it is revolutionary non-invasive SPMU treatment, first time available in Middle East. And it fills the gap between regular makeup, which is removed on daily basis, and an invasive SPMU, which can last 1 or 2 years. You can enjoy all the benefits of regular semi-permanent makeup without the pigment being deposited invasively. So if you can look at the diagram, it's really applied, the pigment deposited superficially, while it's not going into the skin. With the EliteMed holistic system, the pigment is naturally and gently absorbed through the surface of the skin with minimum discomfort. So how are we going to differentiate between SPMU microblading and non-invasive holistic SPMU treatment? So we have here comparisons between 3, and you can have a look the semi-permanent makeup and microblading. So treatment area, it's eyebrow. We can also do a lip, but today we are going to talk about the eyebrow. So the longevity of the semi-permanent makeup, it's going to last 1.5 years up to 2 years. Microblading, it's going to last approximately 6 months to a year. And non-invasive holistic treatment, eyebrow, it's going to last between 4 to 6 months. So it's really fills the gap. It does not compete, it complements the generally semi-permanent makeup. Duration of the procedure, it's 30 to 45 minutes. And we do 2 sessions. First session, it absorbs approximately 30% only. And for the second session, it would be 80%. And it's, as you can see, it's non-invasive treatment. So it's really something that is ideal, especially for those ladies or gentlemen who are wanted something temporary. Of course, they can continue if they like this treatment. There is no limitation. So benefits of the non-invasive holistic SPMU, it's a type of treatment that doesn't cut the skin or enter any of those spaces. Pain-free, we actually do the treatment without the anesthetic creams or gels. It's a smooth, comfortable procedure that is incredibly satisfying without abuse of any topical anesthetics. Lasts 4 to 6 months. It is very beneficial, especially for people with busy schedule, long commutes, and numerous commitments. It can save several valuable minutes out of their morning routine each day. They never have to worry about the makeup smudging or fading. Non-invasive holistic SPMU won't come off after swimming, working out, or sweating, or showering. Saves money. It's cheaper than permanent makeup or microblading treatments. It is also saves you from makeup purchasing for several months. Purchases for several months. The procedure is 30 to 40% can be done with 30 to 45 minutes, can be performed either lying down or sitting in a reclined chair. So what kind of tools and devices that we use? So EliteMed professional system, we have a Quantum Pro machine, and it's a high quality, compact, multifunctional machine capable of delivering a suite of services that includes microneedling, as known as mesotherapies, SPMU, lips, brows, eyeliner, stretch marks, trichopigmentation, camouflage, and areola. EliteMed Quantum Pro handpiece. So we use cartridges, different kind of cartridges for different treatments, and it has a needle lock design, adjustable needle, stable port, 12-volt Swiss motor, and of course the speed control. Cartridges, of course, you will change it. Depends on which treatment you are going to perform. So which cartridge we use for holistic eyebrow treatment? Actually, holistic cartridge, it's more than 50 needles in it. It's stainless steel and it is not sharp at all. It's quite smooth. It's specifically designed for a non-invasive holistic treatment. And its use is round square concept, means that prevents the scratching or damaging the skin. So it is quite safe and non-invasive. The pigments that we use in holistic eyebrows treatment, EliteMed offers premium quality synthetic organic pigments to obtain the most natural semi-permanent makeup results. The unique formulation of EliteMed pigments is designed to meet the requirements of almost all the skin types. EliteMed already complies with the new REACH regulation for the pigment. This is a new regulation for pigments, pigments in force for the entire EU from 4th of January 2022. It is already changed, so to be used in 2022. So features a synthetic organic, fully stable pigments that minimizes unwanted color changes. Resistance to evaporation, provides stable concentration of the color, free from iron oxides, non-irritating, non-phototoxic, non-synthesizing, non-photosynthesizing, and non-genotoxic. Colors can be mixed to obtain unique and individual shades, natural and lasting result for every treatment. We have different types of pigments for different skin tone. So it is synthetic organic, rich intensive colors, made in Austria, 10 ml. So different shades of browns, dark browns, and light browns. Here's a small summary for the most important items regarding the new regulations. So you can check before for these numbers before you use any pigments. It's not only applied for EliteMed, actually applies for many brands. So you can take a screenshot and check it and use it for your future references. So what is the treatment procedures and protocols? It's actually quite straightforward. You can watch to get an idea this short video to get a little bit of glance. So it is really, as you can see, it's quite straightforward. It's easy to use after proper consultation, properly choosing correct pigment. You can start the eyebrow system. So it's very important that the hand position for the handpiece. When it comes to SPMU, we move away from the skin. So our intentions to here to achieve the best result, optimum result. So the true skin of SPMU specialist lies not in the handpiece, but or the pigments, nor the catches, but how to control your hand. It is possible to use the same cartridge, same pigment, and get different results, but just changing control of your hand. So, as you can see, it's really very important to really understand the movement. So the movement, it's called whip movement, starting with your hand is at 90 degrees to the area of the application. You move your handpiece in one direction only, upwards, away from you. So this is, as I said, it's quite straightforward and it's easy. It won't be really too complicated. Non-invasive holistic SPMU technique, pencil cosmetics methods, over the centuries have been developed to alter the appearance of eyebrows by adding or removing hair, changing the color, or changing the position to meet the aesthetic ideal of the time. For example, by tinting the eyebrow with permanent dyes similar to hair color, often in order to darken them. Over time, semi-permanent makeup became popular, especially for someone who either fills their brows daily or someone with either no brows or who doesn't know where to start with their brows. However, semi-permanent makeup tends to be an invasive treatment and may not be for some people. It brings the ideal solution for this kind of cosmetic procedure, which is called the non-invasive holistic SPMU. So we divided the eyebrow by segment, and then we go step by step with the procedure. So step one, in order to achieve the optimum pixel brow shape, you need to practice the correct hand movements by holding the handpiece 90-degree angle on the area where the pigment is to be inserted into the skin. So step 2, maintain the unrushed methodical pace with a bottom to top movement, hand stroke movement. Always remember to stretch the skin with both hands. It is recommended to divide the area into segments and work from segment to segment to achieve even pigmentation. Step 3, after first pass, you will be able to see the shape of the brow. However, the pigment having in the skin inserted once it will only appear once you wipe it out. So of course you can apply it as many times if you desire. Step 4, you will then need to perform 1 or 2 more passes, depends on the intensity of the desired color. Always work with the same speed, starting from the tail to the front of the brow, then to the peak, and finally the thickness. So that is pretty much it. It's ideal treatment for any clients that are not sure about going into semi-permanent makeup, and they can take it from there. So I would like you to see some pictures before and after from 30 days and then the 60 days. As we went through earlier regarding the first session, it only absorbs 30%. And the second time, it will absorb 80%. So the proper consultation is very important for client because they might get disappointed with the after first session. After the scalp fell off, then it will show a really very light compared to first time. Because in the picture, if you can see, it's really, really very dark. But it will be a really great result after the second session. Client will be very happy, and that is the one thing that you have to mention it during the consultation very well, so there is no misunderstanding between you and your client. So as you can see, different skin tone, different types of eyebrow shapes. Some of the pictures are after 2 sessions, some of the pictures are after 1 session. We have seen a great result with some of the clients that they were actually happy with 1. But of course, to last at least 4 to 6 months, it is best to do 2 sessions. Thank you so much. Just before I finish, I would like to mention it that the EliteMed professional system has education system that we go from beginners to the advanced, and it's we now offer not only face-to-face trainings but also online trainings. So if you are interested, you can always contact us through social media or through website. So it's elitemedworld.com. Here are some of the pictures of our trainers and our students. And here our worldwide international ambassadors who are currently representing elite math professional system. So this is our spread in social media network, and thank you so much again. I am really I'm really delighted to share this non-invasive holistic system with you today, and I hope you enjoyed it. And maybe one day we will meet again in person. Thank you. Have a lovely Congress. I wish you all the best, and thank you again. Bye-bye.
No funciona. Un fuerte aplauso para
And
Luisa.
please give a warm round of applause for Luisa. We want to really thank her for participating in this Congress. Now we have a 20 minutes break to go have a coffee outside or something. So see you back in 20 minutes. Thank you so much.
Ya vamos a comenzar con nuestro cuarto
We
módulo
will restart our fourth module of our room look. We will continue with Cristina Terzac, following speaker. She is PMU forming artist who will present from Swiss Color Academy, Bucharest, for the last 5 years. From old, current to current tattooing techniques, the journey has brought her to the local scenario and international recognition. Master of all PMU techniques that has constantly developed talented people from zero to become independent PMU artists. Her masterpiece is a brushing technique done with an electrical machine called couture eyebrows, which called the attention at the PMU Red Carpet Congress. An applause for Christina, please, if you may.
Hey everyone, or should I say buenos dias a todos. For those who don't know me already, I am Cristina Terzac. I am a PMU artist and trainer from Romania, and I have been part of the Swiss Color Academy for the last 5 years. I wish I could have joined you in person, but as you all know, due to the current situation, we had to adapt and switch to an online presentation. Therefore, in the following minutes, I will present you my hair stroke technique, a realistic pattern of eyebrows, hard to do, easy to wear. Eyebrows have changed in so many ways over time. Nowadays, the concept of beautiful regarding PMU industry allow us to create natural looking results. In matter of devices, needles and pigments, my choice is always easy, as I use top quality products from the Swiss Color brand. For the hair stroke technique, the 1 Nano NT, 1 Micro and 1 Liner cartridge is adapted to what the skin can handle. But the question is, can these procedures be done on any type of skin? Encountering normal, dry, oily, sensitive, among other particular skin conditions as dermatitis, cuperosis, and others, we need to adapt our needle, pressure, and angle with the way that our client's skin reacts. Compared to the microblading technique, a procedure done with electric machine is suitable for any type of skin. Let's talk about patterns. Within 3 steps, an eyebrow pattern can be created and easily mirrored from left to right to gain symmetry and harmony. Not only the pattern is important, but also how to create the strokes. The specific move will be done as following: the back and forth with a very slow line movement and one-way shading, a spectacular way to create realistic, dense, higher speed technique that needs a very precise hand. A long time ago, hair stroke meant a line, straight or curved, followed by others in the same way. After a while, the 3D pattern seemed to be the right choice for the most wanted eyebrows. Nowadays, we have established that there can never be only one pattern to suit all needs, but following the natural growth, orientation, and thickness of the hair, we can satisfy our clients' highest demands. Last but not least, a hair stroke technique can be easily turned into a hybrid, combining the two most wanted procedures, hair stroke and powder, for the ones in need. Rises when a technique needs to be very precise, we need to be aware about what to avoid. The zigzag movement and any circumstance that goes out of the line will blur and can never promise a good healed result. and shape, we are able to reproduce a realistic micropigmentation for eyebrows. Thank you for your attention and looking forward to meet each one of you in future better times. Los agradezco mucho y que tengas un buen día.
Muchas gracias, Cristina, por tu
Thank you
participación.
so much, Cristina, for your participation in this second edition of the PMU Look Congress. Now we are going to continue with our next speaker, Anoech Bruman, who is going to be speaking about skin cure nanolip technique. Here in the Salon Look, Anoech Bruman knew from a very early age that she wanted to begin a beautician. She followed the private education to becoming a beautician level 4. Then she worked for many big players in the beauty industry, such as Sophie's, and as a dermatologist to get experience. But she got most of her experience in the famous Bergman Clinic, where she started working at the late 90s. She worked with many Dutch celebrities, and she was seen on TV way earlier than that. And this is where she got in touch with the permanent makeup profession. She is the owner of one of the largest schools in Netherlands for permanent makeup that has branches across all of Netherlands and has many different trainers. Every year, more than 150 years, the students graduate from her school learning cosmetic and medical PMU. Skin cue techniques are something that you can only learn at hair school. This is another technique that can perfectly and naturally heal and almost without pain during the process. Please give a warm round of applause for Anoesh and let's get started with her presentation.
Hello, my name is Anoush Vrooman and I'm from Holland, from the Netherlands. Thank you for inviting me to tell something about my technique on this unique congress you are joining at the moment. Unfortunately, I cannot be there because of the COVID regulations, which is totally understandable, but even though I miss it a lot. I will be telling you in the coming 20 minutes about my unique Skin Cue lip technique. Let me start by telling a little bit about myself. I hope you enjoyed the presentation. Whenever you have some questions afterwards, please feel free to contact me over my Instagram account, for example, or send us an email at SkinQuip. Let's start at the beginning. Well, this is me. Before the COVID problems arose, we of course could do so much more, and I traveled around the world to did some master classes, show some of my techniques. This is one of the examples before it all came down. I was showing here the technique which I am telling about today. I see a lot of people always making pictures, asking me a lot about it. So I can imagine that after this presentation, you will want to know more. Okay, this is me. Who am I? For more than 18 years, I'm already a PMU technician. This is a long time. I started as a beautician 20 years ago. And after that, I moved forward and I went to school, it's a higher school education, to become a skin therapist. I worked with dermatologists, cosmetic surgeons, did the aftercare. And in that time, I came in contact with permanent makeup. And back in the days, it was not like it is today, of course. It was completely different. So in the time, I went to different parts of the world just to become better and better. I went to Russia, I went to Asia just to see different techniques within our field of expertise. And I developed a unique technique, which is called the Skin Q technique. Skin Q is a little word from our company. I've got a school in Holland, which has different dependances through the country. The biggest one is nearby Rotterdam. So if you ever have a chance, please feel free to visit us. The Skin Q technique, it's known for its soft technique. We hardly use an anesthetic with it, which is very extraordinary. And I will show you a little bit how it works. It's a natural technique. I don't like it to be too much makeup. I like it to be natural healing. And it's possible to work with the nano on different skin types. I'm also an international masterclass trainer for Swiss Color, and I will be telling you also a little bit why I choose to work with Swiss Color. Let's go forward. Well, how does my technique look like? I really like to use natural techniques, and also the photos are always without Photoshop. For me, this is an important part of the job because I see so much Photoshop coming by, which gives our clients, but also our students, a not so honest idea about how the work is. So this is a Skin Q technique. It's a couple of years old. I did this one, I think like 5-6 years ago. This is a 3 months old healing. As you see, for me, it's very important to keep it natural within our own skin tone of the lips and to never see an outline. I really want people to look at it and to say, oh, is this permanent makeup? It's nice. Of course, you can also choose for a more makeup results, and I will show you how to do that. But in the beginning, it's really made as a natural technique. Well, let me show you the differences within this technique. One very important, at the left side, you see the ombre technique. And on the right side, you see the lipstick technique with my kind of unique technique, the Skin Q technique. At the left side, what I'm doing is I build it up like ombre from the outside to the inside, from dark to the lighter tones. And I also work with white to make some shades in it. So to make it a little bit light, because the light is bringing out the lip volume. You can use light, but be careful with it. And everywhere you see a contourless outline. This doesn't mean that I don't place the contour. I always place the contour, but I shade it away with the inner shading technique. Both of them are healed. It's not just placed, as most of us can see. At the right side, I did the same technique, but with another way of working. At the left side, I work with a thinner, for example, and with some whitener. So I've got like 3 cups filled with color in it, some thinner, some normal, and 1 whitening. And on the other side, I work with 1 color. This is 6 months healed. So after 6 months, it still looks like this. For me, it's very important whenever I see my clients back, I do this now for more than 18 years, that I can still look at them after a couple of years, because they are my commercial, they are my advertisements. So it has to be stable. And the most important part of the job is that it stays stable. What I'm doing with both of these techniques is I always start at the upper lip. I do that because this is the part I work on, and this sounds a little bit crazy, but I work on the longest. The bottom lip for me goes a little bit quicker. And when I do the left upper side, I always sit on the opposite side. This is a tip I can give to you, because when you work towards you, you always make a better round than when I sit on the side where I place the lip, then it goes like this. This would not be nice. You want it to be round, especially on this part, you want it to be round. So always sit on the opposite side. If you ask me, it would be better and it will make the form softer. I start always at this point, like here, I will do it on this side, because I think this is the part which is most easy for me and for the client. She can get a little bit used to it, and I work all the way up I stop here, do it on the other side, close here, and then I close the corners, both, yes. I start with the outline always, and I will show you some pictures of it. And afterwards, I will go to the inside. This is a very interesting lip skin cue lip technique. I will show you this one later on my Instagram account. Wait, I will do it right away. I will take you there. One moment. Let's see. We're gonna change the screen to my Instagram account. As you can see here. And I'm going to take you to the before photos and the after photos of the girl you just saw. We have her here, but I will take it a little bit further because she had a long way where she came from. I will show you where she started with. She came in a long, long time ago with these lips. They were very bluish when she came in. She is a Fitzpatrick 4. And she asked me to make warm lips. So this is an interesting part of our job. What I do is when they come, this is already healed after one session. It's of course the same lip, but after the first treatment, I did 2 treatments. What I do here, I put the orange on the blue places, like here, and also on the upper lip, just to make this all the same as the inside color. As you see, I don't do anything here. I want the entire lip to be better pinkish, because that gives me a good base. And I do that when I look at the color chart at the opposite color. And then she came back with this result, which is very nice and also very soft. So this is the first treatment I did. This is how it looks like then. Healed lips after 1 treatment. But this was not the color she wanted, but this was the base I made for her. Let me see again. Yes. Healed after 1 treatment. Okay. After that, she comes back to me within 8 weeks, and we did another treatment to make her lips a little bit warmer. And this is the healing result after the second treatment. So the first, I made them a little bit pink, and the second treatment, I make them warmer. The before pictures, before, oh, let me take you back to the right, and the after pictures. This is quite a big change, isn't it? This is a little movie, how it heals. You don't see it's any permanent makeup, do you? You can hardly tell. This is the skin cue technique. I like it to be really natural, but you have to know how to work with the nano. It's hard. She's really happy. You can hardly tell that she put on any permanent makeup, but this is the exact thing she wanted. If I would have left it on the pink lipstick, color, it would be too cold for her. So it's very important to finish it in a second treatment, especially with this kind of color lips. Yes. Okay, I will take you back to the PowerPoints. Let's go on. You also can use this technique on lighter skin tones, of course, not only on the darker skin tones or the correction colors. This is a completely healed nano lip and also nano healed brows with Fitzpatrick 1, 2. Okay, some points I always tell to my students and which I will share with you too in a little part of our lessons. I train in all our locations like 900 students a year. This is almost impossible. I've got a trainers team with 16, 17 people, and we go across the country and across the border to teach people basic courses, but also advanced courses. What I teach them is always the basic part. This is important to understand that 10% of our lips, of our face, has to be around the lips. This is the ideal size, so we can play a little bit with it. Maybe you know, maybe you don't. Whenever I put the pupils, I let them look straight ahead, and I draw 2 lines to match the corners of the lips to see when they laugh if it goes down straightly. A very important part of the mouth is the philtrum. The philtrum, when you get older, it gets a little bit longer. We know that from our grandparents, maybe like ears, nose, and philtrum. So whenever we make that more shorter in combination, for example, with fillers, permanent fillers, but also if you don't have fillers, you can do a little bit with permanent makeup. The ideal length for a woman is like 10 to 12 millimeters. The one for a man is 13 to 14 millimeters. So this means when I work on the lips, I can do like 0.2, 0.3 max. A little bit fuller lips will make you look more sensual. But very important, I'm telling you, you can do it a little bit bigger, but don't exaggerate, because exaggeration on the outline is terrible. It looks like a disaster. You can do it with lips, but never with lipstick, but never do it with permanent makeup, because it will look like this. We all know the white roll. Never go over it, leave it. I've got some examples where people are asking me, hey, why is it white up here? Even in healing, I will show you one. Yeah, because this is her anatomy. You cannot go over it. You cannot make an example and go over this white roll. It would really look unnatural. Please don't do that. So how does the perfect lip look like? We hardly see the perfect lip except for when they went to a clinic, but in Holland, it's not very common to go to a clinic. Of course, the younger generation goes, but the older generation does not. So I have to play a little bit with permanent makeup. You see on this part, you see the lip volume. This is an important part for me and very interesting because I can play with the color white. I only play with white from Swiss Color, which I think is a very safe and stable color. So what I do at the end, when I completely make the lips, sometimes I put a little bit of this lightning shading effect with the nano on this part, and the lips are optical fuller. This can be very interesting if you know how you can do it. We can also do it, but with really careful technique and really soft hand, and knowing how your pigment heals is a little bit on the outline. Not on the outline, a little bit over it, like dermatography. This is work from a student. Could be interesting to show you. So I asked her if it's okay. She put on the lipstick nano technique on a difficult skin, just to show you the difference between fresh permanent makeup and Heals permanent makeup. Okay, how do we do it in our classes? How does the Skin Q technique work when students work on it? I've got like 2 techniques for pre-draw. At the left upside, you see a lip without any permanent makeup. You see a little scar if you look closely. At the right upper side, you see a pre-draw from our basic students. I work with a lipstick, with a pencil to fill in completely, and with a creamy white pencil to make a sharp line. I never work on the point of the pencil. I always work on the side of the pencil when I start drawing, because I want it to be soft. I want it to be like a shade. And I have to be very precise, because we're going to work on this thin line to make the outline. And I always make a little joke with my students. I say after 30, even though this is still very young, you maybe have to wear glasses, because it's like origami, this work. Okay, what you also can do, if you have a little bit more experience, you can also work with a sharp liner, like a real sharp fine liner pen. And then I only put out the points which are most important to me, like the philtrum bottom here, like the Cupido, like Cupid. The higher points I point out here, and here downstairs I put like 5, 6, 7 sometimes dots, and I connect them with my machine. But this you can only do if you have already a lot of good insight in the lips, if you know how to do it. So what I do then, the next step at the left bottom is the outline, and you can see a little bit white around it. So you would say right enough, this is done with an anesthetic. I was telling in the beginning of my PowerPoint, we hardly use anesthetic. This is absolutely true. Some people are really amazed by the work, because when the nano word is fallen, a lot of people say, oh, it's so sharp and you have to be careful. You have to, but you can also work very quickly. My treatments take like an hour and a half. And mostly I don't need a second treatment. All the photos you saw before were just 1 treatment, never 2 treatments, except for the lady with the color correction. So at the left bottom, you see the outline, you put an anesthetic over it. You can work, of course, with a pre-numb, like a pre-anesthetic or a secondary anesthetic. I leave it to you, but in my technique, I first put out on the outline without anesthetic. Always. I always put on the outline without anesthetic. Even when clients are a bit scared, I try to calm them down and tell them it will really be okay. And 8 out of 10 are okay with it. And then I put the outline on, and I wish I could have shown you in real life so you could have seen it better. And after that, then I put the anesthetic on just for myself to start with. And after the outline, I start working on the inside. This is all work from one of my students. And we start shading from the outline diagonally into the lips. Okay, for me, these pigments are the best pigments on the market. I've worked with so many different pigments. This is, for me, it's the most important to, as I was telling you, to see them back after a couple of years and realize it's still beautiful. So I can really advise you to take a look at these pigments and see what they can mean for your work, because you also can work so much softer, especially with the nano. At the left side, I've got a list for my students, what I absolutely need when I'm working. Of course, I need this book, because in this book, they are telling me which colors are inside of the color, which is very, very important to understand. But next to that, I always work with the transponder and the Gigaplast. The transponder makes the skin a little bit softer. Your Swiss color advisor in your neighborhood can tell you about it. And the Gigaplast I put on just to make the skin stay safe, that nothing can come in and the pigment stays on the right spot. I really, really love it. As an aftercare, we always advise to do dry healing. I don't like Vaseline, especially not on open skin. Never do it. I don't know how they used to do it in your country, but in Holland, this was the advice for years and it was terrible. So please, no Vaseline on the skin. Keep it dry for 3-4 days. And after that, you can, for example, use the Grazia cream. A beautiful color, the passion berry, we really like it. Nano and Magnum. Okay, when you choose to work with a nano, choose the correct nano in combination with the correct machine, because not every nano is the same. For example, the Nano NT is a completely different needle. It's so tight, you can never use it on a lip. I use it for the hair stroke. But this nano, the Nano 1, the Nano 2, 1 and 2, you can use it for this technique, for the outline and the shading technique inside. It's a very small needle. I always compare it to a hair. It's just as big as a hair. And I work with the Genius machine. Sometimes I use the Magnum. In these cases, the only case I use this is when I want a real opaque effect, like a real lipstick effect. So you saw the picture with the lipstick coming out. This is like the Magnum. In some cases, not in every case. I do it when I want a little bit more drama adding to it. I will show you my Instagram. I will be there right away. Yes, let's go there. Let's go back to show you a little bit more. Okay, I will show you a fresh one with the Magnum. For example, you can see here, it's all done with the Nano by me, but at the end, I make a little finishing with a Magnum needle, just to give it a little bit more extra. If you like to do that, feel free, because it could be really nice. All fresh permanent makeup. This is all freshly placed. Okay, I want to show you a little extra. Let's go down here. This is all healed, by the way, important for you to know. This is healed only with Nano 1 treatment. So I had to do a second treatment with her, which is not all the time, but you can see a little bit here. And we said, well, let's finish it and make a second one. This is also Nano 2. It's all Nano needle. Let me take you to the one I wanted to show you. This is healed. You saw the fresh color. This is the healed color. Same lips. So it's a little bit more pinkish. This is what I wanted to show you also. These were the lips I was talking about, the correction we did. And this is the first color I put on. Like I put the orange on, and then we put this one on in combination. And here you see the work, how it went on. This was the first treatment. Before 1 treatment, and then she came back as pinkish as you saw it was. Let me take you to some other healed results so you know what we are doing here and how it can look like in this technique. This is also completely healed. It's, I think, a couple of months, maybe even a year old. Still very fresh, if you ask me. I always let my clients come back in a year. Not because it's gone, but just to give it a little bit oomph. I always say, like a little bit extra. You can do that to freshen up. Some clients say it's okay like this. I just want it to go down, down, down. But I like to keep it fresh. This was the healed picture also at 3 months, as I was showing you in the beginning. And this is also a very nice one. Also nano technique, one treatment. And this I want to tell you, when you work with the needle, you can really work in one treatment if you like to, especially when your client is asking for the nudes or the natural lips. This is freshly placed. Be careful that you don't see any blood during the treatment. Whenever I work on lips, I never have blood. Also, of course, sometimes a little bit of a point bleeding, very small, but it should never start bleeding, because then your pigment is getting really bluish. So be careful with that, please. Also healed lips for a long time. Very nice. And this is the same, also healed. Very natural, as you see. This is a little movie for the same. And keep it soft, eh? Be aware that you don't see any dodges. Okay. I think I will go back to the PowerPoint and finish up, because my time is already finished, unfortunately. I hope you enjoyed this PowerPoint presentation, and that I could teach you something. It's a real short time, of course, but I did it with a lot of love. And whenever I can bring you a little bit further into your knowledge, into your hands-on work, I will always be there to help you. You can look me up at Instagram. You can email me at SkinClip. And whenever you come to Holland, please feel free to give us a visit and follow one of our masterclasses. I wish you a great Congress there at the Lux Congress. I hope it's amazing, but I know for sure it will be. And I hope to meet you one day in real person. Bye-bye.
Muchas gracias a Noesh por participar en esta
Thank you, Hanoesh, for participating in this conference as a speaker. We thank you greatly for having participated. Now we will continue with Haget Bukra, a girl who will be live streaming with us today. She is from Tunis, founder of Diamond Touch Academy since 2013, an experimented specialist in PMU since 2009, in the paramedical aspect since 2017, an international SPMU speaker, has perfected her work at PMU and has formed with the most recognized masters of the world, working with physicians, offering pigmentation treatments for physicians after cancers and surgery. She also works at the Tunis Society Against Cancer, which offers free areola for anonymous patients. She is the creator of several techniques: manual, halal, SMPMU, Arabia Call, freckles, honey lips, scars, burns and camouflage, vitiligo camouflage, etc. Her specialties are the halal techniques and SPMU manual. We now can continue with our presentation by Haget Bukra.
Hello, everyone. Hello from Tunisia. I wish I am with you in beautiful Santiago in Chile. I'm very happy to be with you today and to show my manual technique for manual honey lips. Okay, my name is Hajar Bukra again. I come from beautiful sunny Tunisia in North Africa. I am also a Swiss Color 4-star PMU and paramedic pigmentation master trainer. And of course, I am also the North African distributor. I want to say something about me. I am the co-founder of Diamond Touch Academy since 2013, specialized in the beauty, in eyelash extension, nails. And from 2009, I started doing the PMU treatments. I work with Swiss Color since 2018 as a master trainer in PMU and paramedic pigmentation. And my main work is in halal PMU. I have created several manual techniques like 3D areolas, Arabian kohl, freckles, and of course the manual honey lips, manual scar and burns camouflage, and vitiligo camouflage. Hopefully in February 2022, I have a new technique manual for paramedic. It's going to be a premiere. So just stay tuned. In 2022, we'll release this technique. So why I gave my manual technique halal? Because it lasts minimum 6 months and maximum 18 months. I can work dependent of the client's need. If she wants something that lasts 6 months, I can do 6 month work. If she wants 1 year, 18 months, even less than 6 months. The treatment is done manually, only by hand tool, no machine device whatsoever. And this technique is non-invasive. And during the treatment, there is no bleeding at all whatsoever. And as you are aware, I come from an Arabian Muslim community. And in our religion and culture, tattoo is forbidden. And there are so many women in all Arabian world, they don't want to have body in their body tattoo, whether in eyebrows or lips. So I have been thinking too much and created this amazing technique that is helping a lot of Arabian women. I presented my manual technique in many congresses around the world as an international speaker. I did in Moscow, June 2019. I was a speaker for manual Arabian kohl. And I have wrote a book about this technique and about how to make the proper kohl that ancient women used to wear it in their eyes. And I also participated in Global Permanent again in June, same year, for manual vitiligo camouflage. That was very, very in demand, especially in the manual technique, because we can work with no anesthetic. We have long-lasting results. And what made me make this technique are the Swiss Color derma pigment. I was inspired by the texture, the beautiful natural color of the skin. And this is how I made this technique. And it is very, very successful. I can show you some photos of vitiligo elbow. As you can see, the before and after. I have here some vitiligo on the cheeks. And I also attended a Global Permanent Moscow for manual technique of honey lips, but not for beauty, but for covering lips vitiligo. And again, I was at the PMU festival in Indonesia to present my manual technique, also to hide the vitiligo on the lips. I also attended the Royal PMU Congress in Antalya in Turkey, and it was for vitiligo camouflage. Actually, this manual technique that I'm talking about today, which is for the lips, we can do many different styles and effects. We can do with the manual technique, we can do camouflage of the lip vitiligo. We can do lips neutralization for blue lips that are due from cigarettes or due to an accident or from birth. We can do a beautiful lip neutralization. We can do also Russian lips effect. You know, the new Russian lips effect that they are using with the fillers. Now, with my manual technique, I have created a special needles that can give me this effect while drawing my contour and doing the lips. I can do also sexy lips with a 3D drawing on the lips. I can do Betty Boop's lips and lipstick effects. And also bad, previous or old indesirable lip tattooing for correction. And I have a new style that is the juicy lips. The interval between session in doing my manual technique are not like the ones we usually know for devices. The interval is only 10 to 15 days. Yes, indeed, because the work is not very deep and very gentle to the lips, and the healing is very quick. The number of sessions now, I'm talking about the sexy lips, Russian lips effect, lipstick effect, and Betty Boop's effect, only 2 sessions. But for paramedic honey lips like camouflage of vitiligo or correction of blue lips, we can go sometimes from 4 to 5 sessions, especially for vitiligo lips sufferers. Voila. This is the neutralization. I have forgotten to tell you also that with my manual technique, I can do cleft lips correction. And it works very, very well, especially with the 48 flat needles, manual needles. They do amazing work. I want to show you a small, very short video of one of the results of manual honey lips. For aftercare for manual honey lips is Garcia. It is amazing, amazing cream that is very rich with vitamin E and has no preservative at all. And the ingredients that are made in Garcia are accelerating very, very, very much, you know, the healing process and giving a beautiful moisturization and texture to the lips. This is why the interval is very short. Lips are healed very, very well. I'm going to show you some of my before and after work of manual honey lips. These are the vitiligo camouflage for lips, of course, with the Swiss color pigment. Everything is done manually, the contour, the inside. When we do such work, we don't do the whole lips on the first session. First session, we work only on the vitiligo patches. Second session, we do the same thing. We work only on vitiligo's parts. And then on the third and fourth session, we do the whole lips. Sometimes we do a 5th session to do only the patches, to make sure that the lips are even. Here another vitiligo camouflage lips, plus the skin also has been camouflaged, as you can see. Also, I used derma pigment for skin camouflage, and for the lips also, I use Swiss Color. Again, with this client, I did the first session, I worked only on the area that are very white of the patches of vitiligo. Second sessions, I did the same thing. And on the third session, I worked the full lips. And on the fourth session, I worked only on the patches of the vitiligo. And then I finished my work to camouflage the rest of the skin. Always make sure that you do the camouflage around the lips at the end, at the last session, to make sure that you can follow the drawing of the lips and make a beautiful contour. Here is another vitiligo camouflage lips with manual technique, honey lips. But my client here has only patches coming from the inside of the lips. For this special clients, the retention was only 1 session. And then I did 2 sessions for the full lips. I didn't have any problem. Always when the vitiligo is coming from the inside of the lips, it's very easy to treat them. But when they come in the contour area, we need so many other sessions. This is the lipstick effect. This is amazing. I love doing manual honey lips with lipstick effect. I found them very sexy and very challenging to work. This is another kind of manual honey lips, is correction of old pigment. And as you can see, my client had very bad pigmentation around the contour. And as you can see, the beauty of the contour I made with the manual technique. Here, I didn't do any contour. I worked with my 38 Magnum manual and I did beautiful lips, as you can see. I'm very happy, so my client. And this technique is really non-invasive. You can work without putting any anesthetic at all. You can work with transponder, Swiss Color transponder. It helps me a lot. It keeps the lips moisture all the time until I finish working, and I still have this beauty moistured lips. Now I'm going to show you a very, very nice result with camouflage of blue lips or neutralization. Of course, what helped a lot is the tangerine pigment of Swiss Color. I want to mention something very important when working in manual. You have to think that 30% is the quality of the pigment. I have tried other brands and it didn't work. I work now only with the Swiss Color pigment, but for neutralization, this neutralization from Swiss Color is marvelous, is top, very, very, very top for neutralization. As you can see, this lady is a heavy smoker, and look at her lips. After I did 3 sessions, 2 neutralization, and 1 I mixed the pigment of that I did the tangerine with the candy pigment, and this is the wonderful result I got. And It's marvelous. I'm going to show you another client. This blue that she has on her lips is not due to cigarettes. It is from birth. She's like this. She's it's family. All her family has this bluish lips. I did 4 sessions in order to get very long-lasting results. By the way, when we work on person who doesn't care whether it is halal or not, we can work with manual technique and make it last more than the 6 or 8 or 1 year. There are different angles and different movement of the needles. My hand tool are 5 hand tools, and when I work, when I do manual honey lips, whether paramedic or just for fun, sexy lipses or Russian volume lipses, I always have 5 hand tools. I have 2 that I use for contouring and make it a very, very natural effect, and another tool to make it really very neat contouring. And the other 3 hand tools, I have one for vitiligo, one that is special for blue lips, and the other one I do my finishing. Sometimes, you know, when we work, we can find some gaps that needs to be filled in. And what is good in working with manual, that we can fill in the gaps without touching all around that small area that needed some pigment. Now I'm going to show you the Russian lips effect. This is done manually with my 5 different hand tools. As you can see, my client's lips, and as you can see here, it is very, very nicely drawn and done like the real Russian volume lips. This technique, I mean, it is not a technique, it's an effect. It is only 3 months old. I thought about it this summer, and I made many researches and tried many models until I found the right angles, the right movement, and of course with Swiss color pigment that is helping me a lot. As I said, 30% of the success of manual honey lips is the pigment, and 30% is the blades that we work with, and the rest is our hands. We have to be good. This is the manual juicy effect. We can, as you can see, this client has depigmentation around the contour and has very dry, wrinkled lips. With the manual honey lips, we can do a beautiful contour without using, you know, the contour like we do with machines and devices, and even manually. As you can see, the beauty of the lips. All she has to do now, just put a lip gloss, but she needs to come every 8 to 12 months to do like a touch up. This is Betty Boop's effect. This client has lips that has no form and very fade with no color. And I did to her a new form, a new contour, that looks like Betty Boop's lips. And this candy plus a few drops of Kiss pigment of Swiss color that is making this effect marvelous. This is the normal honey lips, just coloring the lips. This client has beautiful lips. All I did is just coloring her, make it full of life. I'm going to show you a short video of this client, the last one, and you see how nice. Okay, and back to this one. Okay, now I have finished my presentation. I hope that you like my technique. If any one of you beautiful participant wants to attend one of my online training for this technique, you are most welcome. You have my WhatsApp number, my email, and note my Instagram. You can follow me with a new training. You can find dates and you can find everything about all the manual technique I teach. And this is Hajar Bukra International Facebook paramedic for my treatments. Thank you so much for inviting me. Thank you for having me with you in this wonderful event. Hope to see you one day in Santiago when all this disease disappear from the world and we can go back to our normal life. Thank you so much, Master Paula. Thank you very much indeed.
Bueno, muchas gracias, Hager, por
Well, thank you very much, Hayat, for coming and presenting to us. Thank you to this master who comes from Tunisia. She was our last speaker of the afternoon. Thus, we will continue with thanking her for coming to this great Congress in its second edition of Chile, this conference. We hope that by next year we could do with more people present, that the pandemic that affects us today is more calm. We thank everyone greatly. It is a great pleasure to have you here. Thank you for Swiss Color, to all of the masters for coming and presenting their suggestions and explaining new techniques to us and new ways in micropigmentation. Paola Gateña, honestly, great thanks for you. Applauses for her and organizers of the second version of Salon Look. Paola, brief words to the podium. Well, first of all, thank you very much for coming, of all the participants that have been able to come here physically, and also the thousands connected globally through the streaming platform, to thank the Look Congress, Espacio Riesgo, y FEMA Madrid, also the Look presentation Santiago, and also Swiss Color International, who's offered us their support and joined us with all of their masters internationally. And also thanks to my students who have been present here at the conference, also through streaming platforms. So thus, we will proceed with the giveaway. We will give away an infinity machine through a drawing regarding everyone who is present physically in the conference, and then we go to the certification, picture taking, and everything you wish to continue with. So thank you very much for joining us today.
Ah, ya está prendido.